Welcome everyone. Anna Cake is here. Oh, the raid as well. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Have you been doing some D3 as well, or what are you up to? Are you just getting started today? I'm a bit late. I was doing Maxwell stuff. The D4 tealers are out, by the way. And soon the guys. Okay. We're doing some wizard now. I've done the 150 hardcore ZF Necro. And today I want to do a bit more gearing and then do a push later. Sounds great, Zachary. Alright. Let's do this. What's my key situation? I have 100 keys. I should probably have like maybe around 100 keys for a push or so, yeah, maybe a bit less. It's maybe fine. So let's start with some GRs. I'm playing one of your favorite genre. What do you mean with that? Thumbs up, by the way, earlier? That message? First one of the day is all extreme, guys. No problem. Survival, like, okay, I see. Yeah, this Jotunnslayer game is pretty fun. I had like a sponsorship for that game, I don't know, some months ago when it came out. And apparently like last week, or this week? Last week at this point, I guess. They launched like a new update or something. So I was going to check that out. I was like, okay, why not? Just gonna play like an hour or something later and see it. But I had a pretty good time last time. Hashtag not quite sponsored, but in the past. Do CDR items work on followers? No, with the exception of the Templar's heal. And the relic itself, like when you have the 50 CR relic. I don't play D4. Trust me, there will be a lot of D4 in the future. But last time I checked, the season starts on Thursday. Well, Friday, actually, for me. Very relaxing with a touch of power fantasy. Have you tried the Jotunnslayer game? It's very visually pleasing, actually. Very nice graphics. It's in the title, Jotunnslayer. It's a survivor game, a relatively recent one. Like, I'm not sure what is the genre called exactly, Horde Survivor or something like that. But yeah. we have this command actually to list? Yeah. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I think I missed that because it was before I started. But I can do it now. Are you ready? Okay, I'm trying to get like maybe 1 or 2 items, hopefully from loot, and I'm gonna try to craft the rest that's missing. So we are mainly missing National Bracer, Swarmy. I need a lot of rings as well, actually. I have no halo or something. I'm not sure if we can cube the halo. What are we gonna cube on this build? What if Hydra is close to cracking and then frozen up? Nah, crackling is kind of on its own. And Hydra and Frozen Orb, they're kind of like the 2 next in line. And then, you know, the rest behind that. Nah, do it after saying I'm surely gonna be playing D3 for 2 more weeks. Nah, I'm not sure if I can do that. Oh. First one, Org Stream, second one, Primals. We're getting stuff here. What do we get? Wow. Carnival. Witch Doctor time, guys. Next season's Ethereal season, maybe we're gonna play Witch Doctor. I think they're pretty good in Ethereal season. And then Hack. Oh, sorry, it was... sorry, but Hack was the primal, yeah. Season 11 is starting Thursday evening NA or Friday morning EU. What is Beast Strike? This is a new Spiritborn build that we are gonna publish. It's based on the Jaguar main hall, which was reworked. It actually does its own damage now, and you trigger that as much as possible. Back. But yeah, the Beast Strike build it's a bit like Quill Volley. It relies on Quill Volley as its main attack. It kind of like, you know, has different items and scales differently and stuff. And has a bit of a different flow. Hi, Raphael. We just crushed the 150 time. Oh, not very hard. My clear was like 14 minutes or some shit. $8.30. Nice. pretty good clear. So current build linked. I didn't put my D3 builds in the YouTube description right now, but this is the Typhon Hydra. You can find it on Maxwell. Next season will be a better theme for Witch Doctor. Yeah, the Ethereal theme is next season. That's pretty good for Witch Doctors, actually. They get some pretty big weapons. I'm actually thinking maybe next time, I mean, I don't know, it's like far in the future, but, you know, maybe next time we'll do actually a Witch Doctor season start with Ethereals. That's not a bad idea. Haven't played Witch Doctor in a while. These wings, they were from season 17. And the transmogs are on like a 12 season rotation. And I don't know, sometime in the last 2 seasons it came back, so it's probably like 2-3 years until you can get them. Okay, save this here so I can craft something on this. I'm gonna start reforging some stuff. Actually, we have 3,000 souls. You can work with that a little bit. So let's farm for a little bit, then do like a little push later. Yeah, I wanted to do a Twister push, but I think we're probably gonna do like 150 Meteor and then Twister after, just, you know, for fun or something. Because the Twister is not strong enough to do 150, but the Meteor is strong enough to do 150. This season currently not many people. Yeah, I mean, it's like the shittiest season theme. And it's not surprising there's not many people are logging in for this, I think. Plus, you know, everyone is on PoE or default mode anyway. Yo, back to back, Petrified Screams. You want to start doing high graduate speeds but completely new. Well, if you're playing groups, I recommend you play a support Demon Hunter, which is the easiest role in the party. There's not much you can do wrong. And yeah, I don't know, try to like find people. And then you kind of like learn how it's done. No one cares anymore about chatting or grouping. I don't know, I mean... In general, I guess there's a relatively low activity in D3 these days. So this is probably why. I also don't really look at the in chat, to be honest. What are these people? I'm using Walker, so there's no cooldown on teleport. Another primal drop here, what is that? Primal puzzle ring. Nice. After all this time, I still haven't found an ancient puzzle ring, actually. I had to reforge it, put it out there. Oh, mega lol. Yeah, I have Serpent in the cube, and I have both weapons. Fragment and Serpent. And Walker equipped. Think enough of Hydra stock in D4. I know. I always enjoyed the Hydra in D3 as well. It's a really nice farming build. At this season you can just run a Walker, no problem. That's all. And I think I don't have COE instead or something, so that's kind of whatever for farming here. Do I? Wait a minute, don't I have a command? They're from season 17. They're probably coming back in a few years. We might actually potentially run this belt for Twister. Actually, maybe I will play Twister with Reverse Archon as well. Is that a thing? I guess so. I don't see why not. Might just be the same build, right? Let's go for Zula. Swarmy. Zeph has better drop or something. No. Okay, no. ability to use for Necro for Petrified Screens. I just did it with Bone Spear. Was okay. Nova's a bit clunky because you have to, you know... I mean, okay, you can make it so that you don't really stand still in channel, you can like just cast. Nova works, I guess. Barb S tier. Yeah, the barbs are actually better than I thought. I recorded a tier list video as well, where I explain a bunch more like details and general, you know, observations. But yeah, barbs turn out to be pretty good apparently. But only with like specific stuff. I'm also excited for D4. Could be huge this week. Can't believe it's actually time. After all this waiting, only. Like this month passed so slow, I feel. In the end, I'm still scrambling. Like all the last minute, you know, stuff to do, basically. I'll play PoE2. I'll only play PoE2 for a few hours on launch this Friday. And then it's D4 basically the rest of the month or so. How long exactly will probably be determined by how the subathon goes. I'm gonna take one of the lowest tier bills and make it OP with full sanctification. I mean, if you're willing to trade, this might not be such a bad idea. Because you can probably get like, you know, a lot of like random uniques for certain builds for like nothing. Heartseeker, Rouge, feels like it will slap. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I recorded a guide on it as well. Very nice build. I played it also already in previous seasons. When I make a rogue, I'll definitely make Heartseeker again this season. It's just fun. It's like the only rogue build I really enjoy right now. Maybe I'll make a Death Trap as well, play that again, but we'll see. Yeah, actually the main reason why Barb is suddenly so good, it's not because he got so many buffs. It's more like it just didn't lose nearly as much as the other classes. So, you know, if you compare the Season 10 Chaos perks Barb had by far the worst, actually. And this is something I hadn't really considered that much when I made my original like, class ranking. Plus also the Permanently nerf that we thought is happening is actually not happening. So that actually also is a pretty massive, you know, chunk of power that Barbs didn't lose after all. So they actually turned out pretty good in the end. Plus Sanctification, you know, Barbs had the most slots. We had like a long discussion about what to do with Sanctification and so on. And then in the end we decided we're gonna give the Barbs some sort of like extra boost on the tier list as a result. And the rogues a little bit too. Our class build is a faster farm parallel free. Currently that's LOD Nova. We're expecting Orsivane nerfs. Yeah, I mean Orsivane is, you know, somewhat balanced, I suppose, just for the fact that you lose the cast twice temper, and also you lose all of your defenses, right? Like they nerfed, for example, like protection and stuff, and you don't actually get so much barriers anymore. So not having Ice Arm on your bar, not having Flame Shield on your bar is actually like a pretty noticeable downside now, I guess. Spellborn only class again that will push 150. Nah, no one will push 150, not even close. Like we're expecting on the high end something like 120 or so. Now also Druid. I mean, Druids had some pretty good seasons lately. But yeah, they kind of like murdered half the builds on Druids, unfortunately. Like all the wolf stuff is just like ditch, basically. It's because of Chaos Armor. Yeah, I mean, Druids had really powerful perks, especially. Chaos perks are insane on Druid. But on top of that, they also target nerfed a bunch of stuff on Druid, especially the defenses. Basically, all of the non-bear builds are like, you know, bordering on unplayable because you just don't have any survivability. So that's kind of the main problem. So, I mean, we'll see, you know, how this will actually shake out, but yeah, I don't expect too much from like the wolf stuff. The bear stuff and the earth builds, they're okay, but wolf is kinda, yeah. Sounds like damage becomes the defense. Yeah, this is not how it works though. You know, in pushing, you are forced to have long fights. You can't just, you know, kill everything instantly and that's it. So. And even then, if you have a build that is like so powerful that you one-shot everything, let's say like, you know, T4 or whatever, then you also don't want to be so squishy that it can just randomly fall over, you know? You want to make it so that it's comfy, right? But there's a pretty good solution to that, that almost every build can use, which is Temerity. Wolves by comparing Druid is the second Druid build on the test. Yeah, that's a different kind of wolves. I was talking about the wolf, you know, transformation. So this includes like, you know, Lightning Storm, Tornado, like even Shred. I mean, Shred has at least power, but it's also squishy, you know. Companion build is actually a, I guess it's a Grizzly Rage build, so like Bear. I'm not 100% sure what they cooked there, but I would imagine it's Grizzly Rage. Can also be played as human doll. The Homicide was a fun build for sure. Yeah, Season 5 had some insane builds, man. You had Lightning Spear, Storm Slide, Andario Rogue, holy man. Those were some builds actually. Has anyone ever played Barrage besides Season 5? Heartseeker video is out. Yes. Yeah, I have a bunch more guides coming, so I'm probably gonna make something on the Evade Spirit one. I'm gonna do a Lunging Strike guide. And a few other builds probably. If you guys have any requests, let me know. Season 11 for Diablo 4 looking good? Yes. Oh. Same. Thanks for the 420. Walrus, appreciate that. You feel me? Yeah, I feel you, man. But hey, they made Wind Force actually 100% chance to deal triple damage against knockdown enemies. Oh man. But don't dare try fighting a boss, guys. I'm already at almost 1300 paragons. Yes. Already. At almost 1300. I mean, at some point, after like 7 buffs or whatever, how many buffs Windforce has received, it's actually not a terrible item anymore. But it's not really enough to carry Barrage these days. So they just keep buffing Windforce a tiny bit every season. But you still don't play Barrage. And I don't know, ironically, sometimes even if we were going to play Barrage, we don't necessarily use the weapon. But I think these days, I guess on like an actual Barrage build, you probably would. Fire, Black Fonts, do we need that? Probably not. Yeah, so 3 days have passed, he's almost 3k. Like half a day or so, and then he is. Can I ever be in like an ancient of these? What the fuck? So many of these braces, and I haven't gotten a single ancient even. Well, I don't know, Maxley. tier this is out, I can check it. And Reborn was not the last season's a good battle pass. No, the Valkyrie stuff was, I don't know, 2-3 seasons ago or so. It's not that long, I think. It was post-expansion, I think. You're scared if you start Evade Bow and nothing else will feel good until later. Yeah. Yeah, Evade Spirit One is just like, you know, such an easy way to face roll the entire game, right? But you gotta be strong. Don't play it again. I don't know, I mean, I've played a bunch of Evade Spirit One, you know, I don't really want to do it again. There's like so many other good builds. Crackling Energy Stalker is certainly something I have my sights on. It just feels weird to play Evade. Yeah, it's like a very unconventional build, right? Yeah, Shadowblight was cool. I like that as well, the Soul Rift stuff. The greatest barb. Yeah, man. It's still one of my favorite builds of all time in D4 as well. But yeah, currently we're very far away from such a build existing. What's next after Wizard? Next is we're gonna finish our remaining D4 planners, and then I'm gonna finish my, well, I haven't even started to be honest, my PoE2 planners, because I have a bunch of builds I need to update for the next week as well. A bunch of them also got buffed even, so I wanna definitely put something out there. And then we blast D4 a lot. Next is Alta 4, yes. I mean, I was already ready to Alta 4 after the Necro 150, but in this case, I decided to go for second class. Anybody enjoyed on Spirit was the one where you hammer the ground up 30 hits a second. You mean crushing hands? It's actually a pretty good build right now too. Being also able to A tier, I think. A or S as well. I play a lot of PoE. But this month it's gonna be more D4. But as I just talked about, I'm gonna update my builds for 0.4 at least. At least those that I think are still good. Which is mostly most of them actually. This map. I see no elites here. They're all hiding in this one corner. And here.
Favors the bowl. That will look nice on you. Well, isn't that nice? You look like you could use it. I didn't even know I had my bags are full.
Okay, we got 85 keys. So let's do like another hour or two, I think, of GRs, and then we're gonna craft a little bit and see how it's going. He ripped in like 4 hell. Oof. Will I update Amazon guide on PoE 2? Yeah, I'll definitely update that one because that one will be pretty good actually, I think. I did update it in 0.3 and I don't think it will need a lot of changes. So it's mostly just kind of like a check of, okay, is everything fine? Does anyone know, do we have the like skill tree, passive tree information already? Is it like in POB and stuff? I'm not sure when those usually getting published. But yeah, I mean the build is basically not changing, I think. Thanks, Beton. Sounds rough hours. How much more grinding do I need to do on the Wiz? Yeah, I have like half the gear or so. So I don't know exactly, I guess. I was hoping I would maybe find or gumbar like 1 or 2 pieces and then craft the rest later. But yeah, this wizard has been now roughly 9 hours. So I have relatively decent gear already, actually. Maybe people are gonna try hard 6k plus Paragon of this theme. Yeah, sounds like a rough life, man. I have no idea which are still running and stuff. So smoke a lot. I mean, it's certainly still pretty prevalent on the higher end in E3. If you don't use one, they are kicking you. Nice. Yeah, it was on Friday, didn't it? What is the new thing? The new thing is the old thing, which is Season 20 theme, which is the open cube.
You look like you could use a new item of, see you soon. See you soon. My bags are full.
Do you remember the exact timing? 2019? You know, this beat 150 became meta. Yeah, I mean, it definitely kind of disrupted the previous meta of, like, you know, playing the game, right? Like, instead of doing, like, chill speedruns with, like, whoever's there, you know, just, you know, have to do, like, the small coordinated stuff. And then, okay, like, you know, the more mistakes you make, the more you lose the efficiency. And these kind of things, I guess. And there was, like, a higher barrier to entry. So it had, like, less, kind of, like, you know, young blood kind of joining parties and stuff like that, right? And then, you know, over time people drop out more and more, but no one else really, like, fills those spots anymore. So the community just gets smaller and smaller and more, like, elitist, I guess. Kinda makes sense, I guess. Well built for Monkbush. I think the best this season is POJ with Shenlong. But it's pretty difficult to play properly, actually. But I like it, it's pretty fun. They even fixed the bug that originally plagued that build, which was that sometimes the Shenlong just would not activate. Which was specifically fixed for the season theme, basically, and for the 4th cube. Which is funny, I think they fixed it after season 22? Wait, which one was the... Yeah, season 22 was the 4th cube, right? So I think after the 4th cube season, they fixed it, and then it was like, yeah, okay, but we're never gonna play that build again. But apparently we do. But I've not done it since then, at least. In the challenge with cash resets on NA. Oh, this is soon, I think, actually. No. Hi, cute guys only. I'm doing great, how about you? Yeah, 4th cube slot is also in the rotation. I think that is 2 seasons after this. So next is Ethereal, then 4th cube. I think. And what else is left? Sanctified is left, and... Ethereal. Yeah, so Ethereal is next season. I think then 4th cube. I think Sanctified is the last in rotation. And what else is there? Soul Shards? No, Soul Shards is the first in rotation. Wait, is that it actually? No, it just started again with Soul Shards. There's 6 themes. I can't find the 6th one. Ah no, it's true, we had Pandemonium. Yeah, we got Pandemonium. Okay, so this is all done. That's 6. So they skipped bringing back the snowball. Sad. I think the snowball theme is more interesting than what we got right now. Yeah, they're rotating through 6 seasons. They could do some minor balance changes every 6 seasons at least. Yeah, I was hoping they would do some patch. At least, you know, some low effort number changes or something. I was, I actually, like, you know, put like together like an entire document about suggestions together with some people, and unfortunately nothing happened. But yeah, there was a bit of hope that they would do something. Guys, just imagine like how badass it would be if Orianna was just like the monk meta, man. Holy. Monk every season, login. I'm gonna play tomorrow in season 11. It's not tomorrow. It's on Thursday/Friday. And I haven't decided yet on the builds. Another petrified scream. What does Wizard put in extra cube slot? And it depends on the builds. Some of them get Death Wish for free, which is pretty big. This build is kind of nice because you can get Ether Walker while keeping your 2 multipliers. So that's what I'm doing right now for the speedrunning. Can Monk Justice build beat 150? Yes. Doesn't even need like ridiculous Paragon this season, because Shenlong is pretty big. What talent tree? The Diablo 3 talent tree, what do you mean? Well, first of all, exclamation mark build. But I'm also gonna show it briefly. Season 11 looks like big RNG sanctification fiesta. Yeah, it was very tough to make the tier list actually, because first of all we don't even know what the fucking sanctification outcomes will be. And second, yeah, you know, it's also gonna be like different for everyone, right? So, I mean, it's cool. It's like an interesting kind of like itemization feature, I think. So we'll see how it will play. But you know, there's like actually like kind of like a long min-maxing avenue at least. I got primals. Belt. Gold drop. Another key, holy. And another hack. I got 2 hacks now. Altar equals talent tree. Yeah, there's not much to see there. Okay, here we go. Here's my talent tree, guys. And here's my Paragon tree.
Fortune favors the boy. That will look nice on you. Do come back again.
Keep it simple, yes.
Do come back again.
I can't pick up anything else.
Fortune favors the boy.
What were you right about Steam one?
You look like you could use another steal.
I can't carry anymore.
These fucking bracers, man. They just never roll ancient. Okay, how many screens do we have? 8. Okay. And we actually leveled a few gems that I can augment as well. So, okay, first of all, we need this one, right? In fact, I need to get it to 99, so I have to do like a higher tier run. Guess we're gonna use this. He's also a random screen, actually. I have 9 of them. And then I can augment this thing, I can augment this thing, I can augment this thing. So augment-wise, we're actually looking good. This one as well, I guess. Wait a minute, do we even have enough gems for this shit? It's 27, 9, 3, right? For 1. 3, 9, 27. So we need 81 Enquiries, so 200. Okay, so oof. So this is 1 augment roughly each. So this is 5. And then this is 8, 11. Okay, I think we have enough. We actually don't have a lot of leftover, to be honest. Okay, let's do a 99 empowered. Also, I'm paying on the Shadow Race of a new class. Shadow Race will be another 30% XP Mother's Favor event. Holy man. That'll be sick. Postpone the season launch to be right after the huge Game Awards announcement. Mother's Blessing is now live. Log in, guys. That's gonna be huge. I'm gonna go back to Tuesday release after the season. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I guess yes. They like their Tuesday launches apparently. I mean, it's certainly not a good standard time to release a new season with what they've chosen there. It's just kind of... yeah, it's kind of fucked, right? So, we'll see, I guess. And especially with Chinese servers, Chinese servers are separate anyway, right? So in that case, you know, they can launch the Chinese servers at a slightly different time to be like, you know, good for China. And then they just launch the typical, like, you know, early NA evening EU window. But I guess a lot of people would enjoy if it was actually Friday launches instead of Tuesday. Tuesday is just fucked for an APG launch. Like, I mean, for me, you know, it doesn't matter, but I kind of feel it's really bad for like other people, right? I actually upgraded the wrong gem, I guess. Oops. $5:30 AM Friday is kind of weird, yeah, exactly. I mean, they're certainly not going to keep that time. The question is, are they going to keep the Friday? Maybe. Because, I mean, realistically, okay, they do these Tuesday launches, but do they really, like, do much, usually? You know, in that week? Usually they have, like, a patch, like, 1 or 2 weeks after launch, and they don't really do a lot of, like, hotfixing outside of, like, some super important, like, you know, just, like, game-breaking stuff or something. I mean, you can just have, like, a few people in the office, or even, like, you know, working from home if they get called on or something, you know, for, like, the first weekend. I don't see an issue with that at all. I mean, in D3 we had Friday launches, in PoE we have Friday launches, like, it's Friday launches just like fucking standard, right? And it's not like it's really much happening with, like, the Tuesday launches in terms of patches. Maybe it's gonna stay on 99. Being super squishy, using start and necro set. Yep. Time to get a guardian set. And before that you can use a moratorium, that helps a bit. Get a powerful to 25. Or try to use any other like defensive items if you find like an Aquila or something. Good strat, Blues guys. Yeah, I mean, I can't do like D3 launches in D4 because D4 is a global server, minus China. So, you know, like usually like, okay, morning NA, evening EU is like the strat, right? So basically the time they had chosen like was pretty good, I think. It's just that Tuesday is just a shitty day to launch. Yeah, China D4 is different from the rest. They have their own servers and their own, like, you know, pay to win and whatever. It's like basically the same as D3. Get 4 pieces of each set now. That's funny. One day before PoE 2. I mean, that is just like unfortunate, I guess. But there's not really anything that you can do about it.
That is too expensive.
Can I have it back?
Yeah, yes, Blickstar. Second Golem isn't any good in Season 11. I'm not sure if you looked at the same tier list that I looked at, but Golem is very good actually in Season 11. And Necros are actually getting like a pretty good new build with the Golems. So the mini enjoyers will like that, I guess. Very nice all-rounder, I think. Is the AI working good enough? I mean, most of the damage on the Golem Necro comes from your active ability of the Golem, actually. And you decide where that goes. But yeah, they also like kind of just whack stuff a little bit. Yeah. Apparently they have been doing some updates on like the minion AI stuff, like I think if you use Golem and the Skellies together, then your Skellies will also attack the target where you cast your Golem or some shit. And I think they've done some similar stuff like that. But still no like real, you know, attack this target button. Is high level better than Meteor? For speed farming, I'd say yeah, for sure. Meteor can't really go that fast. Hydra has pretty good speed. On the default tier list, you can't click Golem Necro. That is correct, the guide is not published. So just wait until it's out. No, we have to make the tier lists. And then we have to publish the guides. And in order to publish them, we have to also do like the planner switch, right? We have like the PDI data we have that is used to make those new builds. We have the live data that is used to display the current builds. And then we do like the switch where PDR data goes to live. And then we usually start publishing the guides. But those guides also have to be updated and written and reviewed and all that, right? And we have 20 people working on the D4 Maxwell site. And this is just the guides, not the devs. And all this has to be coordinated. And not everyone is in the same time zone. Or is an unemployed like me. And so not all the guides will be out at exactly the same time. So the tier list is out and some of the builds that you see there are not yet updated. Or not even published. But you can expect them today, tomorrow, the day after, at the latest most likely. More people working on Maxwell guides than working on D4. I mean, that sounds funny, but I guess it's not really true. But I mean, we do put a lot of time and effort into this stuff, you know. We have, I think, around 80 endgame build guides now, or something like that, on Maxwell. That's a lot of fucking builds. And those are just the ones that are being maintained, right? We also had other guides that, you know, used to exist and don't exist anymore. D4 aged as well as D3 did. I mean, D3 had a lot more time to age. D4 is still fairly fresh. And, well, it is continuously getting better. Overall. So, especially like the Season 11 update is actually a pretty big one. I'm getting up early for the awards and Season 11 starts. No, I will get up late the day before. And then start my stream, I don't know, probably something like 6 hours before the Game Awards. And then you watch the entire Game Awards. And then we log in. So something like that. And we're gonna do like straight like 30-hour stream or something. Taking way too much time to change a thing and make it better. Yeah, some stuff definitely takes a surprising amount of time, but on the other hand, it's just been 2 years. And, you know, they have done a lot of stuff on the game in that time, and maybe not necessarily the thing that you want or that I want or whatever, but for example, if they had just introduced a leaderboard, yeah, okay, they could have done, like, I don't know, Season 1, I guess Nightmare Dungeon clear leaderboard or some shit. But I mean, would that really be a fun leaderboard or something? And then they could have done like Season 4, a pit leaderboard, but you know, same problem, right? Like pit pushing is just fucking shit. And so, in response, they actually decided to develop the tower. And not just that, but they're gonna keep developing the tower as well, and eventually make it into something very fun. And I don't think this is really the worst outcome. Iconics. Yeah, but I counted recently, we had 20 people actually on D4, that's crazy.
You look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate. What a steal. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it? What a steal. What a steal. You look like you could use a new item. Ooh, that's nice.
I can't afford that.
D4 progress at an impressive speed. I mean, if you compare it to like D3's history, for example, certainly D4 has been developed much more rapidly, I think. I mean, okay, on the other hand, you know, they already had a lot of the framework done about, you know, just like what to do and how to design, right? Like, for example, they did Nightmare Dungeons, which was like some sort of like Greater Rift system. And then they did a pit, which was another sort of Greater Rift system. And now they're doing a tower, which is another sort of Greater Rift system. But I mean, in the end, yeah, I mean, look how long it took for like D3 to really get anywhere, right? Like D3 was kind of completed in Season 5, I guess. And that was, I don't know, 3 or 4 years after launch or so. And this doesn't even include like all of the like, altar and visions and echoing nightmares and the stuff that we got later with like the themes, and that is now baked into the game as well, right? Just kind of like the baseline of like what existed in Diablo 3 for like the longest time, basically. You know, Season 5 is when they added the Kai's Cube. Or was it Season 4 already? Maybe it was Season 4. In Season 5 they introduced Lon, I think, or something. But yeah, anyway, right? But it was like some other like big updates in that season. And then after that it kind of like went into hibernation, right? So it's also kind of weird how they just kind of like completely dropped D3 development, basically, right? Almost entirely after Season 5. It was like, you know, expansion was like giga hype, Season 1, leaderboards came out, Greater Rifts came out, like everyone was blasting, and there was like huge community. And, you know, that kept going, right? Season by season, right? Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, they were all like huge and big updates, new sets, like Kai's Cube, whatever, right? And then, you know, after Season 5, right, when it's like getting really interesting, they're just like, oh, goodbye. Like, how did that happen, actually? Kind of weird. There's a bit to recommend for the free season. Yeah, I'm playing Hydra right now, which is very good for farming. And for pushing Meteor. LD. I one had it, no wanted to grab anymore. Thanks, Bobby. Oof. They should have just made a second expansion for the 3-man. Ready for PoE2. I wouldn't call it completely ready, but I'm prepared, let's say. But I still need to work on my planners and so on. But yeah, I mean, realistically, you know, I have time. We're gonna play PoE2 in January. But I wanna at least update my guides and maybe put out some videos. I have a lot of builds that I played in last leagues. Did I see Pathfinder? I did see Pathfinder, and I'm certainly gonna play it. Not sure what I will do with it, but I will do something with it. Okay, what's my key situation? 68. Which game do I think is better at the moment? PoE2 or D4? Hard to say. PoE2 also has its fair share of downsides. I'd say I enjoy both equally. And I can't really say which one is like better or worse, really. PoE2 probably is better designed in that sense, you know, they have like a more reasonable approach and more experienced developers and so on. So, you know, like everything just kind of makes more sense, I think. I'm seeing this right, Barb and Esther, yeah, you're seeing it right. Barb's actually turned out to be way better than I had anticipated. D4 Bible works versus PoE2 division. Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well, actually. That's great. Which Barber will be the best one? I mean, there's Earthquake and Lunge. I think those are the two candidates that I would consider. Lunge is also something that I just enjoy, and I also have a video guide on it. Which class will I play first? I haven't decided yet. Oh. Well, I'll save that one. Because we were going to do some Twister action. Okay, so many primals from Gamba, actually, it's crazy. I had a guide on lunch. I can do that too. Where are you gonna play Chronix, by the way? Have you decided? I haven't done Barb yet. I will not do Barb in D3 right now. I can play Evade Spiritborn. Color me surprised. Cornix is like, you know, 4 hours in, he's like farming T4. You're gonna go Frozen Up. I think I might do Frozen Up as well later on. Like, Crackle is nice. I definitely want to play that a bit. But then I think once I get bored of that, I might do Frozen Up. Because Frozen Up is just a fun build, actually. And once you have really good gear, it's totally like strong enough. How is life? Good. And no. Frozen seems like a sleeper. Yeah, it's not really a sleeper. It was like, you know, pretty massively buffed, but it's not really enough to be like a top tier build. But I think we have it in A or so. It's like pretty solid. I think it's like number 2 on Sorg basically. But that doesn't mean too much because Crackle is so much better than the rest on the Sorg. You can find this build on max roll. This is Hydra. Can you still perma teleport? Not exactly, but you're pretty close. In some situations it'll be faster than before, but it will be generally a little bit less than before. I will not push Hydra now. Soul Shards will be a good season to push Hydra actually. It's just last season. Liner for the elite build I'm going to push. Yeah, this is gonna be the reverse Archon Meteor build. That's like one of the push versions on Maxwell. Why does Blizzard hate semi perma TP in D4 but allow it in D3? Well, I mean, to be fair, teleport is very shit in Diablo 3. And it's actually way better in Diablo 4. I mean, okay, you have Walker, which does not exist in Diablo 4. But, you know, basically any real serious build in D3 does not run Walker. It just happens that I don't do it too much right now because of the cube season. But normally you don't have Walker in this game, besides like T16 build maybe. So, in fact, it's actually way better in D4, where basically every single Sorg build just has infinite teleports. And yeah, now they kind of like toned it down a little bit. But even so, you know, Sorg remains the fastest and most mobile class, with like the exception of like maybe, I don't know, 2-3 builds from other classes combined. So it's fine, guys, you know? When can we expect the max level builds? Yeah, they're basically going live starting 2 hours ago. So not everything goes at the same time. Just wait for whatever you're looking at. It's gonna be soon. Is Druid, Werewolf, Shred, Drysight, any viable? I would be careful with Shred. Okay, Last Raid, first of all, does not exist anymore, I think. But Shred is, I think, okay damage, but it's very squishy. So I would be kind of careful with the Wolf builds on Druid right now. But you can maybe try to like find a way to make it more tanky. Like worst case, you can always throw in like something like a Mortal Rune or some shit. That is like a solution that I found relatively helpful in some setups. Which class is OP next season? Yes. With the exception of Druid. I don't find Druid very OP right now. And Necro. I mean, they're still fine, but I wouldn't call them OP. But the others, they all have actually pretty good stuff going for them. More or less, you know, build diversity. Like, Spiritborn probably has the best build diversity, I think. Sorg the least. Barb has a handful of good stuff. Rogue as well. Yeah, Shred has some pretty nasty codex aspect you can get for leveling. Uh-huh.
Fortune favors the boy. It's a good paperweight. See you soon.
I can't carry anymore.
You look like you could use it. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Something, at least. 86 is kinda but I can say it's just toughness loss. Copium.
I can't afford that.
What can go wrong when I just lose like 14% on my shield bonus? Easiest 150 this season in hardcore for a noob. Dragul Nova. Yo, Reaper, hello. Glad to hear that. Fox Sound. Your Paragon 4000 in D3. Nice. Okay, so we can get this gem to 100, and I think then we're gonna stop with the GRs for now. And kind of see where we're at with our gear.
That is too expensive.
Best build for Rogue in Season 11. Seems like Death Trap, but need a lot of gear to make that work. Besides that, I would recommend Flurry or Heartseeker. Or Dance and Nice for like early progression.
Still waiting. Need more time. Dear.
Yeah, 149 with Z-Barb, nice. Actually trying Druid on Friday, or gonna run something else as Kickstarter. I think I will try the Druid. Just gonna see the new stuff and so on, right? It's like, you know, something fresh. And then, you know, I don't know, we're gonna complete like half the campaign or something and then sweep it there, I guess, for the most part. But, yeah, later when I come back, we'll see if I just continue it or do something else. Very excited for Pathfinder as well. I might play like a repeat of one of my previous builds, because like some of them actually got some pretty nice buffs. So we'll see. It's also been a while since I played a warrior properly, so I wanted to do that at some point. Period 2. I mean, I have a sponsored stream for the launch actually, so I kinda have to play the launch. But besides that, I mean, it's basically gonna be December D4, January Period 2 for me. So that's kind of the plan. What GPU am I using? 4090. Might see me in-game. Well, I play SSF only in PoE2, so maybe not. Although I guess there's people in town walking around anyway, right? The craft looks cursed at the nerfs that GG provided. The craft? You mean crafting? I mean, they removed homogenizing exiles. That's just something that I wanted them to do. So I'm not upset about that at all. And besides that, I don't think they really like massively nerfed crafting or so. What else? I'm also very excited to play hardcore in PoE2 with the temple and the like, you know, augmentations you can get for your character. This sounds very fun. Like in hardcore, that's just kind of like a feels good man thing. Exile to see how far double crouch is gonna take things. It's actually a very interesting system though. It's like not double corrupted in one go, but it's like 2 times 1 corrupt, right? So the question is, can you get the same outcome twice? Like on a skill, can you go to 22, for example? That would be kind of wild. But it kind of sounds like that would be a possibility. Actually, let's keep the remaining blood shards in case I want to like upgrade rare or something. I wonder how accessible the double crowd is gonna be. Can you also... Actually, wait a minute. Can you also like add like 2 extra sockets to an item? Like imagine you get like a Moria Invictus and you have 6 sockets on that shit. That'd be kind of funny. Dude, I keep getting so many petrified screams actually. Crazy. I'm so lucky with them today. Okay. So maybe it's gonna run those real quick while I add it. You can get an exceptional base now. Wait, this is like a corruption outcome or what? It becomes exceptional? Like high quality or... I guess an extra socket is the same as exceptional. Ah, no, you mean like uniques can roll as exceptional with an extra socket and stuff? Reaper, that is not how it works, by the way. Morgan, Agora. Okay, we have this and this. Okay. 12 petrified screams. Is Barb actually that good? Turns out Barb is actually way better than anticipated. How come? All other classes lost way more than the Barbs. Going from season 10 to 11. So that's like the major reason, I guess. They had like the shittiest season 10 powers, basically. And on top of that, they benefit the most from sanctification because they have 6 hands. And some other stuff that happened. Also, we thought that they would have nerfed Ramaladnis, but they actually didn't, apparently. So that was another factor. Because that would have hit the class pretty hard, because basically every build was running it. And then most builds just would not be able to run it anymore. Or they could, but they would lose like all the other like two-handed benefits. So either way it would be kind of shit. And it would be like very few builds that would like not be affected at all. But it turns out Ramaladnis is fine. Any recommendations? I mean, Barb is a good choice, for sure. I would play Lunging Strike. I think that's a really nice and smooth build. But yeah, there's like Earthquake / Leapquake. There's Whirlwind Earthquake. So I would probably choose one of those. Yeah, Lunge Bomb is really nice. If you have not played Lunge Bomb before, it's a nice build. But I've played it like twice now, so I'm not sure if I would do it. I would probably do like another build on Barb. Let's see. Yo, Eva. Oh, there was Goblin Shrine right as it ended.
You look like you could. I didn't even know I had that thing.
You always know that Eva is up to something when he appears in chat. But the question is what?
No way.
Yeah, Shark is on Maxwell now. Yeah, somehow he did it. He weaseled it in, guys. It's actually in fucking 8 here. Dash Rogue. It happened. We got done with all the guides and such. Nice, Eva. I very much envy you. There's another Hell Clock-like game called Night Storm. It's awesome. Okay, sounds interesting. I don't really have time to like explore other games right now though, so... Where to see the playlist? Have you tried the command? When is Sirocco again? Yeah, we actually wanted to do that. And then we realized that Sirocco is fucking dead actually. Like you literally cannot play it right now. Well, okay, you can if you do like peer-to-peer hosting, and apparently that's also buggy and stuff. They like shut down the servers basically. So, unlucky. But this is how we got to play Peak with the boys. So, something good came out of it. But yeah, Sirocco is actually dead. It's actually very sad because the game was really nice. Hi, Isa. Hello. It's a very bad time right now. Very bad time. Thank you. Oh, we can pause here, right? Okay. But I don't really want to pause, I guess, in this.
Fortune favors the good. What a steal. That
My
will look
bags are
nice
full.
on you.
Why not talk to try interview stream? You want me to interview him or the other way around? Or what is going on? No. Ah, he has an interview with the devs? Or like, what? I don't know. Like, I've not heard about anything. What do you mean? He's interviewing Jonathan now. Ah, shit. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Actually. Wait, is that live? Okay, sure. Let's listen in, I guess, at least, while I'm grinding.
Being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like one of the big things that we like, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and change the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like things where we're like we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. Yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense. And expect
Does that sound fine?
Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you
I really like this, actually, with the Arbiter change.
Now,
That's cool.
The Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you gotta find the citadels, and I gotta say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. You guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 0.3.1 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 0.3.1 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type. You have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on. What we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much.
As about PoE
some of
too.
that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those, we do guarantee actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing the market and stuff like that. So hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas, since there's so many nodes.
Now
And
it's
everything. Is
interesting.
there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so
How many hours do I sleep
know,
after 24 hours stream?
and
Yeah, like
basically,
8, 9
honestly, at
sometimes.
this point, I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern. So we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, if as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Battle, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually,
Okay.
but in this league, yeah, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then yeah, I did get a bit involved in the performance work. Like, one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like, let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So I mean, if you want to, like, talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like, what we did, previously we, like, when you're rendering the game, you've got, like, and simulating the game, you've got, like, effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, yeah, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually.
Focus looking pretty good, Mr. Wolf.
A lot of the time that's what leads to spikes because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
yeah, there's certainly
PC,
thing,
like so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized. Like just on a more individual level, and it's still funny the way that you will find things like just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame. That kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't. It's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right? That particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years
Wow.
ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with that I added that long ago, and so it was kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I
super
mean, we've
cool.
got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company
Hey.
from from
Those
right from
builds
the
are going to be a
Very
thing
nice.
this season.
Okay,
This is
and
why
I
they're on
know
the tier
people- I
list.
know,
Yes,
it's
Tractor.
interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax?
Dude, I love
on
that.
it? I do think there
With
should
the-
be
with
some
hardcore.
punishment, but what's
Well-
your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, like want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, like if you're talking about like like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean, that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics.
Oh, is it like only for the league? I
Yeah,
thought it would be like a permanent
permanent
thing.
I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too like two? Would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in 6 mods.
Like, I thought this Alba stuff would
everything
be
or
going core immediately,
you like
no?
the max punishment there.
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned it
So
on
I
the
actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it,
Oh.
and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
Yes,
like
my
if I
man.
don't pick up an item or if I just like don't over there, I'm going to be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random
Yeah, it's true
those
though.
kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. But he was saying like you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
People can be
that's a bit of
brutal.
a
They can be brutal, dude. So
right.
I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset
I
when you're
do,
testing.
yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go, like play much of the in game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the in game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the in game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up and especially more subtle ones like along like with bosses and things like that because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to I think one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of I think it was Mark's mouth, okay? 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps, okay? That was a
Right.
big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it
Yeah.
more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like
I think it's a good change with the lower density.
like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, "Where's the monsters?" Right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or, like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. It's because so we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. Like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates in how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller, and that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought
so
about
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like it's just like basically, because but the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's
Okay.
going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
that? Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to be engaged with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something.
Arc
there.
Nemesis comes back, guys.
It probably won't be soon. Like, I certainly don't think it would be before full release,
exactly, I
because
guess.
it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify, while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay. Another question, a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys, I think you and Chris, talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100.
Right.
In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow, or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. The functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it, and like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing, and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, with like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing, because like look, I understand the desire for it, but I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in
really
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow, okay, interesting. Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about, and I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
It's
just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign.
I don't feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think one thing that's not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit down too. You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah, movement speed's very powerful in Theory too. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think there's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druid has so much attention,
let's do it.
The druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think druid's gonna be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's gonna be like busted? People are gonna find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely, just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking at like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context, and like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was we said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get like actually get the damage to a good place with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I
great,
heard
Drens.
Gazzy from
What are you gonna go
across
for?
the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack.
Last stream.
Does it require
Yeah,
spirit
yeah.
to
In terms
reserve?
of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you, so you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Okay. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah, yeah. It looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm going to gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrades. So that's kind of cool.
Attention to detail. Pretty sweet. All right. We're going to go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the #2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is
Hi, Capaking.
charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of
So
people...
the main
go
thing
for
that
it.
I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, you know, there are uniques that are available that can, you know, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video of, like, a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show, like, people, like, okay,
really?
here's some just viable things that you can make, you know, just like made by our design team of, like, you know, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, you know, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. Yeah, you just need to, you know, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So, at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, you know, like you don't. Okay, put it this way. You just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard
How
challenge
did it
to beat
happen? I went
by
from
itself,
Neko to
right?
Wiz.
Not having to cast the spells is
Well,
like
I can explain.
a pretty substantive benefit to have. So
That's how it
you know, there
happened.
needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like,
For sure.
oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better
sure.
when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get, though, is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate, really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit.
Yeah.
This is a type of ignite where, like, every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take, like, you know, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like, to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, you know, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So
There's some scuffed gear,
kind
man.
of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
It's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that's
you're right.
interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think
that?
about that. You know, we were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw. That I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a
Oh
few
yeah, I mean it's
pieces in
possible for
place.
sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like in the kind of more mid game options for that. Well, I mean even early game really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges and like so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that sort of. But as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spell casting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of a skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do you know like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
As I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you know you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, you know, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these, on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, you know, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you know, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, you know, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that that case and that kind of thing. Like, you know, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that
Oh, was this the
upside's
number
higher
one
on them as well.
question?
They do. They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
We,
add more
as I say, I
negatives.
think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, you know, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like, you know, I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Okay. All right. Now, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay, okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So, last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and
I
a
mean,
mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like there's generally speaking, you know, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just do get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have
Right.
infusions baked into them. That's something you
Right.
guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills.
Mhm.
But like, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of, you know, we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that
Right,
something
right.
you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that
Yeah.
that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So, like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile. So, like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So, generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So, that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like, there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because
Yeah.
the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things is really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this
Mhm.
interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because
Okay.
like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But
That's
yeah,
good
look,
to
it's gonna
yeah.
there's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though, because it does can seem trivial, like, oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that. But it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, uh, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
Two follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that
Yeah.
because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like,
Mhm.
there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE,
Mm.
what do you call it? The sorry, fuck, the name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Path of building.
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path
Okay,
of
I don't
building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm
Uh,
not sure.
and then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't
Yeah.
that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse,
Um,
or
So I don't necessarily think so. So
okay,
last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were. And I think that actually, in retrospect, it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day, you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. So like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. Not so one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do at different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more. Things get more powerful as you go up, and then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure, but yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it
yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean the intention was to scale the game, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Exile kills, which is going to getting the Exile rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building it, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look head for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to to get those UI cues and really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. It has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah. So I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to.
Yeah, my gear is looking pretty solid, but I think I need.
And that really is where Zero.
I need to go back to GRs a little bit.
In-game stuff we're talking about, like
Actually,
it's about that,
works.
right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the end game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with end game being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push end game and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the end game core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league, so like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the end game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things in the deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 0.50 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse end-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like,
Okay.
It's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and we're still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Marcus often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The Ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about Ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one.
Okay.
But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at, okay, like here's something that isn't played, why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like, what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? Is there a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. Like it ended up being something that people really wanted, even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that we did, but yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was
That's
there a
pretty hard.
particular iteration of the druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
Yeah, so definitely the plant monster. It was
plant.
really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like just like feel to it. I mean, it was a similar, it was the same type of creature as Brambleghast. You know, like we're like you're gonna be what you're gonna be like Brambleghast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like, you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like, it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Was it actually, no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class, and I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that, because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some.
Yeah, so you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay.
Pathfinder Druid, let's go.
Gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight.
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that, like, you know, can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs to, I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right, and I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately, so we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. You know, like, so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. You the boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been you know, we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like, you know, I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then you know, the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there
we can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something we just need to fix. And I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll see. I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression where, and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, you know, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get,
Right.
and you know, to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing because that's something that has been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up.
Right.
So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seating.
Well, what
base
more
types
mostly
and
is was
stuff.
just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be.
Yeah.
And like that's obviously not right. So you know, like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, you know, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, you know, get more levels in the passive tree because it's not as powerful if they don't get, you know, that gear drop. So do you have any, oh, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, oh, well, just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler. You're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right?
hope.
Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that can kind of be that like that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting, I think, that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. We've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much, like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things. The last league we had Abyss and we had the Bones and that crafting, and we had the special Lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people, though, to go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable, and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes, and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE 2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile, and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know? You interact with the UI too much or something, or?
So there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like, I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe, but I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like, you know, the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really, using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you, but I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. You know, like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, you know, just so people
Right.
are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgle modifier.
Interesting interview, actually.
Oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably
And
really
lots of
costly
good points that
if
Jonathan is
you know,
making.
investigating first. So
Right.
sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear. Now I saw a little bit of confusion.
The D4
on
Paladin guide.
the
What are you talking
forums
about?
the increased monster hit
You
points.
can check the tier list though.
And how ailment thresholds will scale up that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay,
Hello.
this is a question
Source.
about bosses.
Oh, shit.
Again, now in PoE 2,
Ring.
pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to
Beautiful.
keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make
Sometimes lucky
different
guess.
content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure when they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is
the season
related
start
to
is first
all of
day
these
/ Friday.
Awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the the thing of that, like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works. that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No
Will it
update yet,
come?
but it will happen. It's just not
Okay.
not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing
Yeah.
up their characters in PoE.
Yeah.
Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know. Like, there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like, we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like, I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
I don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so
Nothing
busted,
comes
and
to
then
mind, unfortunately.
the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams, or do you really
There is a room to free as well, Ross.
It's curated where people
That
are
counts,
working on
I
PoE1,
guess.
working on PoE2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months.
They pull itself now.
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it would be good if like most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
Right.
which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past two, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes.
What's up,
This is something
Trunking
I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like they have more bandwidth to do now, or
we've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't know the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? That's something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have
okay.
really fat fingers. And
Right.
they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
Okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean,
eventually?
at some point probably, but
Okay.
Unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a huge fan of.
okay? All right. For all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load, but you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday. Guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons?
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen, because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like for example,
You
maybe
see to
there should
open
be,
a
like,
passive
pop-down
tree.
thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something. Like, like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like
You know,
that.
like and that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still
It's
in
the
New
whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes
It's
down
like
the road of
Shell
like
Drift.
items not even mattering, and like you never actually see them,
Should
you never
be
interact with them, like that
in
kind of
NA
stuff. Right?
already,
That's the
no?
concern, and it always has
I'm not
been
sure.
about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have,
EU
around,
is like 6 hours, I think.
item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. That was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But
Okay.
maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
Okay,
yeah.
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or
wasn't on my
Sony.
radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity
Okay.
filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
Yeah. I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are.
Why can't we have that in the
all
format?
skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time. Which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form MTX? Is there like a handout?
Unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. 2 more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone.
That's what everyone truck
in
and trust.
trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to at Zeri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss. How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Xeris. So there was also this whole, everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like, a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with, like, the trailer and everything as well. So, that was a big one for sure. So, I think it turned out very well. And we've got, like, a pretty awesome version of Xeri for the... that kind of like lives up to what we were
looking
to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says at Zeri communes with the beast. unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean? Communing with the beast.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and its area in the game to find out. But yeah, you'll see. I suppose is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there
easy.
we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this Atziri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit
I
down,
said yes, Truck
take
and Draft.
questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's
For
always
everyone.
great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have what? 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope it's a. I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure there
launch.
can be some, but
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Server's
there's
not on
still,
fire. Everything good. It's
still
the
gonna-
Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New
I
player
hope so.
peak. We'll see.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
good seeing
Jonathan.
you.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Later. Bye.
All right, guys. What?
Okay. Well, it's kind of a nice interview, I think. Are you guys hyped or logging in for D4? Definitely excited for both. And Ziri is fighting Lilith for mummy status. Is that correct? Yes, actually. Yeah, D4 is a quite different game now, such. And again, quite different on first day, actually. Next theme is Ethereals, that's correct. Okay guys, I think we might try to get push ready here very soon. I crafted some gear earlier during the interview. And it's actually not looking too shabby. I would still like to upgrade the Embracer if I can. And I have a non-ancient COE, which I'm kind of unhappy about. And a non-ancient Squirts, but I don't think that is changing. But I'd like to at least get like some, I don't know, decent ancient convention or something. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Very hard to roll the stuff. I mean, some for consoles to actually roll our gear as well, so let's do some more, I guess. For the keys is pretty good, actually. Okay, let's not reforge more, I guess that's what it is. You have 80 souls. I might need like 200, 300 or so, and then we can try to push. Are the D4 builds capable of the speed and mobility of many D3 builds? It felt quite slow. D4 is a very fast game these days. Hi, Labe. Yeah, it's Thursday evening for NA, and Friday morning for EU. Let's do some missions, I guess. I need souls. Also can't even roll my gear right now. I wonder if I can do 150 with the gear I have. I have much more Paragons and Augments than I did on Electro. So maybe it's gonna be okay. Meteor is relatively powerful, but we'll see if I can do 150 or maybe a little bit lower. I guess it would be nice to do 150, but if my gear is just not it, what can I do? Playing Dragoon said it's so much faster than Sork. Really? What did he play on the, well, Wizard actually in this game? Dragoon is usually one of the slower builds actually. A few minutes is a long time to talk about that. I think you guys only underscore. I don't know, I mean I'm wearing some dark blue sweater today. For a change, instead of a hoodie. I was out of Nini during the afternoon. The sweater was a bit too casual for that. I have my nice new watch here from Holzkern. That one is nice. Best T6 in Necrobuild is Pestilence.
Still waiting.
Played Firebird, Hydra on Sork. Firebird and Hydra. That's a strange combo. What do we faster Necro for speed jars? Yeah, the best speed jar build this season is actually LOD Nova. Which actually does go pretty fast and also especially very high, so you can farm Paragons pretty well with it. Okay, let's start rolling some of our gear and see where we are with our Forgotten Souls count, I guess. I think 100 souls is not enough. Yeah, we do 115 pretty quick on LD Nova without augments. Yeah, well, that's good. So this guy has done 145. In fact, 7 minutes ago. And he's still not doing Archon. He still has a potato COE. And squirts. Okay, so it's really not that crazy. So maybe it's not gonna be too bad to do 150. Let's see. Not sure if I should roll cooldown or meteor damage on this. Probably meteor damage actually. Although we have a lot of additive damage right if we play Black Hole. 3% for 5 seconds. We'll see.
Need more time.
Okay, here we have no crit or meteor damage, unfortunately. I have to put a socket, we need a cooldown. This has to change. Just put 15% life, I guess. Or maybe this. I think life is probably better though. Slightly. C4 worth playing? Yes. That's my current ranking on the ladder. 2 on Necromancer. And nothing on Wizard. It's actually not true, I just got some random ranks here. Apparently 33 with my 1 minute run, 2 minute run. Okay, that's a 15. I'm still hopeful I'll get a better one than this. Any chance I could actually make some more Carinis, I just realized. I don't have more safe though.
Fortune favor, huh? I didn't even know
That
I
is
had
too
that thing.
expensive.
When Monk? Not this season. Although this season is a pretty good season for Monk, I guess. Close, man. If that was 6 cooldown instead of 6 resource, maybe I would have taken that and made another primal. That's kinda nice. But I kinda want crit chance as well and cooldown, that's the thing. I want crit cooldown. Here we have damage instead of the cooldown. But maybe the damage is not that bad since you're gonna run Picksticker, and Picksticker actually has pretty low base damage. So the flat damage is actually kind of fine. So maybe just take this, roll crit chance, and that's it. Okay, what else? These boots. Let's get our life here. I think it will be possible to finish Season Journey in Season 11 of D4 before PoE2 New League. I mean, if you play like Evade and you know what you're doing, maybe. But But they said they made like the last rank a lot harder, so I'm not sure what that means. There might be some grindy stuff in there or something. But then realistically, I expect it not to be like a super big deal. Probably doable in one day. What builds are Necro playing this season? It's a lot of Nova. In groups also Pestilence or Rathma. In T16 also Pestilence. In general, like Bone Spear is pretty good as well for like everything. Yeah, the PTR stuff is different now, I think, in the season rank. I mean, probably most of the objectives stay the same, but I have some screenshots on PTR actually about the season rank. Might be an interesting video idea. The strat to do it all in one day for the people that want to play PoE. Yikes. Okay, is he actually out of souls now? What build would be best to try to speedrun the rest of the season to finish the journey? I mean, the journey in D3 is a joke. You can do stuff like anything super easily. If you're like really dedicated, you can probably finish the entire season journey in like 6 hours or something. And D4. Yeah, I just talked about that. I guess that would be like evade. It's probably like the safest bet here. Because you just don't need anything, really. And you just blast straight to T4. And, you know, do all the stuff. Surprise question here, it's not S tier. It is definitely really good. I think I'm like pretty high up in A at least or something. What do I play in D4? I have not decided on a class yet.
Astound myself. Still waiting.
You got 15 souls, let's go. I'm rolling like every rift now. Last soul was it actually. Cool. Necrophase 2 Stern Squishy on LD Blood Nova. Yeah, the best build is Pestilence. But I just did it all with Masquerade, Bone Spear. Playing the whole season. No. Today is the final day of the free. Unless I don't get 150 done, then, you know, maybe I'm gonna log in tomorrow and just push more or something like that. But, you know, you have like the last few hours of the free for now. Yeah, Evade is actually a really good pushing build this season. So it's just like ridiculous all the way, basically. It has a lot of damage output even for like, you know, high pits. It's not like the #1 push build on Spiritborn, so it's not gonna be like for rank 1 when the leaderboard comes and stuff like that. But I think it's like #3 or something on pushing as well. Kinda crazy. Okay, what else do we roll now? We have this. "43 seconds cooldown." This is with Enchantress, so you're not gonna run Enchantress, I guess, first of all. And then this makes this 48 seconds. Cooldown, cooldown, cooldown. Okay. So we have like some seconds where we can't actually attack. There's 20 seconds in Archon and then 20 seconds out of actually 19 seconds on me. So I have like 9 seconds complete downtime. It's quite a lot of downtime, to be fair. So maybe I would be better off not rolling Meteor and keeping the cooldown on the offhand. Just I have still less downtime there, because I'm not even running the Enchantress. I think going with Templar will be more helpful to not randomly die with Karini. Says secret method to salvage legendaries faster. No. Telling you can play Barb out of 3 seasons. I mean, Barb has been okay, with especially Lensing Strike lately. Was actually kind of good, at least that one build. But yeah, now it seems like Barb has actually a bunch of good builds. Earthquake is back. Actually, last season I had this like Whirlwind Shout build, which was kind of cool. I played that. Two gave Forgotten Souls for refreshing puzzle into ancient. That's all souls. I also had to reforge a little bit. I think like 10 reforges or something. Usually I don't do it, but I just couldn't get a fucking puzzle ring. And I had everything else ready. Okay, what is next? Actually, we have this ancient puzzle somewhere, right? I can run that. Let's just do that. We have a broken crown here. Yep. It's Thursday in NA and Friday EU Red Judge. Wait a minute, didn't I have like a primal puzzling somewhere as well? I could probably run that too. The East Coast like 11:30 PM. That's kind of late.
I am returning to town. I need to go back.
Indeterminate usefulness. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Do you have another puzzle? Oh. Yeah, we have this. I think I'll just use it actually. Yeah, I think it's like 4:30 or 5:30 CET for the launch on Friday. This was last Friday.
See me now.
I will start my stream probably around 12 hours before the launch or so. Maybe a bit less. But I'm basically gonna be streaming all the way through the night. Do some D4 prep and then, you know, watch the entire Game Awards. And then really blast. So that's the strat right now. The rest of fucking goblins. Ancient Vault, there's no goblin. Oh, is a blue one here. Did testers and such get access to season bonus features early to make guides? You mean like in D4 or what? I mean, D4 there's a thing called public test realm. So everyone can access it who has the game on Battle.net on PC. I mean, you know, making guides is not really the purpose of this test run. It's for, you know, testing and finding bugs and whatever. But yeah, I guess that's like a byproduct. PTR wouldn't have access to certain things after PTR ends. Yeah, I mean, whatever they changed, I mean, this is like, okay, we take our knowledge and experience and then take the patch notes and make the guides. Now we have guides.
I am returning to town.
Okay. We have 100 souls exactly. Let's roll this thing. Really nice Black Fawn pants actually. Can get 100 more armor actually. Let's see, 5.2% toughness. This is 80, 91, 89. 6.2, 1% toughness for that. Okay. So we take this thing, roll crit chance. Crit damage might actually be more damage, but we want crit chance for the can power on crit. Okay, we take crit chance here. We have a non-ancient, but it's very good at least. It's roughly a 4.3% damage loss, I think, having a non-ancient. And similar in toughness. Also, that's kind of okay with these kind of stats. What's the Barb build? Barb has like 5 really good builds. So there's Earthquake, Velvet Earthquake, Lunge. Hoda is pretty solid. Bash. And there's a bunch more that you can play for specific purposes. Rupture. Is Inner Monk relevant? If you want to do chill farming on Monk, then yeah. But it's not like a push build. Okay, we got this thing. We got this. Okay, we got a really good Stone Gauntlets actually. These are insane. One build that's really good this season is Shenlong POJ. You get a pretty big multi there, so we might actually see the first monks popping up with down 50 soon. Cracking Energy got some pretty big upgrades in this patch. I don't know exactly what were the changes, but I already made my video about it and I also said it's the best build. It has a really good single target, so you can progress pretty easily, because you just blast down bosses no problem. Oh man, what's going on here? We rolled everything, but now this glove, we're getting stuck. I have 10 souls. Insane. What the fuck? Alright.
Fortune favors the bold. You come back again. What a steal.
How's my reusable parts looking? Poor. And I would really like to upgrade my pick sticker, I gotta say. I think that's actually a bit more important. The fastest speed build right now. That is probably in a monk, I guess. But I mean, there's plenty of really fast builds. Like this build here, I can even do a 1 minute run sometimes in like 95s. And yeah, generally, for example, Nova with like the right setup can also go pretty fast and very high. Like you can do like 2 minute 115 or something. So you get like Giga XP. But it's like not the fastest, but in terms of XP, it's definitely the best. Well, enjoy, Pro 4. Doing 2 minute 120s on Necro, yeah, exactly, it's pretty insane. Took a 2-year break from D4. Maybe you want to look into D4 then, not D3, I guess?
Fortune favors the bold. That's nice.
I can't afford that.
Can I have it back?
Sometimes lucky, actually. I have 400 usable parts. Wait, where did my pick sticker go, actually? Here. So I guess this would have been my previous one. Which is also not bad, actually. So, but it has 8, 5, into a bit scuffed. Beasts and humans, I mean, it's not really a big deal, but it is also something. So this one has almost the same DPS without having the 8% damage roll. So I get the area damage almost for free, basically. It's pretty good, actually. Okay, so this is looking a lot better suddenly. Now, if only I could get a better Ashnagar. Sometimes 6 Okay, so what do we do? I have 17 forgotten souls now. Okay, I have to, first of all I have to roll this thing to cooldown. And yeah, I think the area damage on this is actually pretty nice. It's gonna be fine. I think I have pretty much everything rolled now, actually. I think the COE is still missing, actually, maybe. So I think I have to use a non-ancient COE. I don't really want to use 2 non-ancients, man. Ugh. I can't believe that all this time I have not found a single, like, even half decent ancient COE. Like, I would even take one that just has int. Like, it always has int, it always has a socket, it always has crit. So basically it cannot go wrong if you decide, okay, int is fine. But, you know, the only thing that needs to roll well is the affix. And it has to be ancient, and that's it. And I have not gotten a single one like that. It's crazy, actually. Okay, we have another struggle, which is I might want to hit the timer for 48 seconds Archon cooldown. And I'm not 100% sure if I can with my values. So here it says 48.7 seconds. This is with 8. But we actually have 7. And this also has 7. And we don't have the Enchantress. And we have cooldown here and cooldown here. But oh, maybe it's fine actually. Okay, 45.8. It's actually fine. Thanks to this. Yeah, so like this, I want to do the rotation actually where I come out exactly on the arcane rotation, I guess. Without blasting. But the thing is, you don't have much time. But you probably have like around 2 seconds of COE bursts or so when you come out of Archon. So you have to make the pull perfectly and then come out, press the black hole, and blast, right? He's running Throne Blade. Deflection, teleport. Okay. Yeah, basically you have to teleport in position, come out of Archon, press black hole, and blast. And then I have only 19 seconds for me. So on the second round, I only get 3 seconds. And then after that, I just go into... Okay, on which COE cycle do I go into Archon is the question. So it's Arcane, Cold, Fire, Lightning. So you want to come out on Arcane, which is 20 seconds after entering. So I need to enter on Lightning, is that correct? When I come out, I'll do Arcane, Cold Fire, Lightning, Arcane. And 8 seconds later, Cold Fire, enter on Lightning. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I enter on Lightning, come out on Arcane. Yo! Thanks for the sub, by the way. No Twitch stream? What does that mean? Sounds technically challenging. Yeah, I mean, builds in this game, like as shallow as Diablo 3 is as a game, and the build making, playing the builds is actually very cool. So they got that right. Okay, so I have to roll the picks again. I'm just gonna hope that my toughness is enough. Let me keep the area and the attack speed. think you already have some extra vitality rolls on some pieces anyway, like the Swarmy has a vitality, I think. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just say this is fine. I'm just gonna use that thing. Yeah, nothing is fucking ancient. This one is. That's 180. Maybe it's worth actually. Maybe I take this and roll cooldown. So let's see. This is minus 8.7%. This is minus 7.6, but it's not rolled yet. So here we will replace int with crit. How much does that do? The crit is probably something like +7. The loss of the int is probably something like minus 2.5 or so. So the net gain is like 4.5. So this will be -3 in that case. On this one, and this is minus 8.7. And also has a worse effect. But I get an augment and I get an LD benefit. LD benefit is probably something like 4 or 5% plus toughness. And the COE effect is something like 2-3% in the nuke. Not that crazy. So it might be worth going for the ancient anyway, I think. But don't really like it. The thing is, we are nuking a lot outside of COE actually in this build. Like we have almost two cycles in COE. It's more like 1.5 cycles, I guess, and then like 2 cycles out of COE. 3 cycles out of COE actually. So almost half my damage actually comes from outside of COE window. Might be worth just taking that one and you're rolling cooldown. Yo, Plum Nasty, thanks for the sub as well. Where's the tier list on Maxwell? Type SH mark tier list. Okay, I think we have everything rolled now. Almost. Okay, so here we can choose get rid of the life or the vitality. And get area damage. Yeah, I mean, I skipped a few seasons when D4 was very fresh, but you know, at this point, it's kind of fun to play a bit of D3 once in a while. I don't play it that much anymore, but you know, like a weekend or something, it's kind of cool. I'm gonna roll this thing. You also have to roll the bracer still, actually, I forgot. Oh, there's so many iconic streams. The Paragon 800 I've gotten 3. I'm Paragon 1300, so I got a bunch more GRs done. You get 1 every 20 GRs, roughly. So they're not that hard to get. Even like, you know, typical not super fast farming, you can get like 1 per hour or so on average. Why do I play this build for Rift? It's a bit slow. Well, what do you recommend me to play on a wizard? Actually, I should put a topaz here. Like sometimes when I have to go that far, I actually run out of resource here. Is it historically inaccurate for druids to turn into dragons? There's no record in ancient Roman mythology of druids transforming into dragons, is there? I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. I say Squeeno didn't happen. Russia explosive blast but it was tender fast. Yeah, I mean you can't really go much faster than this here anyway, I think, on a wizard. This is already pretty fast, you know, in GRs I do like pretty consistent, like 90 seconds or faster, so this is fine. Okay, so what do you want to roll now? The Bracer. 4. I just hope they're gonna be tanky enough. But we have LOD, Stone Gauntlets, Aquila, Ashnagar. I guess it's fine. F. Any ideas cooking for PoE? Yeah, I was like initially exploring the idea of making like a volcano build with like slam totems to trigger them all the time, but it doesn't seem like a very effective combo after investigating it. And I think instead I'm just gonna do like some wolf stuff. But I mean, we don't really have like the full information and so on, right? So we can mostly just like kind of cook it on the fly as we start the season. So we'll see. I think I'm just gonna like, you know, explore it with like my character for the most part. But you know, whatever information we have, I'm gonna look into it probably like tomorrow and the day after a little bit, before like the craziness begins. And besides that, I mean, I have like, I don't know, what, 6-7 builds on max roll or something. And I think I'm probably going to be updating all of them, or most of them at least. Since, yeah, a bunch of them even got better. Or at the very least not nerfed. 6-7. Oh, there's no ping. I was also considering making a bear build as a tactician. And just play with just Armageddon. Like perma Armageddon with glory generation from the tactician. Unless they giga nerf that, but I don't think so, right? I need to check out how this Armageddon skill works again exactly, but this could be kind of cool. Just have like the perma thing going on. So I might do that actually. I think this could be very fun. Oracle EDC or Oracle Inside Casting Archetype. Yeah, Oracle seems very versatile for sure. Yeah, Tactician has glory generation, like a lot of it. And just, I'm not sure if it's called Armageddon. In D2 it's called Armageddon. The fucking like fire rain. So that skill is a glory skill. So you can maybe just keep that running permanently with some glory generation. So that would be a kind of cool idea, I think. Which build is this on Max Road? This is Typhon. So exactly a million gold per roll, I can't get 20 gain. Yes, woo. Biggles and dongles. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I think I'm gonna check it out tomorrow, Cable Guy. So I still have like some D4 builds to cook and then some PoE stuff. So I'll be updating over the next like 2 days basically. You never want to use a raid skill, so when you hit max glory you can cast Walking Calamity. I'm not 100% sure how to see activation exactly. If that's like feasible with Tactician and stuff. So I need to look into that. But this is just an idea I had. If I don't want to do the wolf stuff, I might do this bear Walking Calamity thing.
That is too expensive.
We did it. Okay, anything else missing? I think you rolled everything. Ah, shit. It's still missing Mito on the boots, actually. Unlucky. Don't go big in PoE 2. I don't know. How big should it be, actually? Is 100 hours per month not big enough? Maybe it's not.
You look like you could use a new item of indeterminate use.
It's like 4K in game and like half of that from like, you know, other stuff. I can't find PoE 2 content. I mean, I didn't really release much on PoE 2 lately, because I'm like in default mode right now. But I am planning to make a build guide, or maybe do like some sort of like combined build video. Like here's like my 5 updated builds for 0.4 or some shit. I'm thinking about like my options right now. I don't want to like spam too much PoE content in between all the D4 stuff that I'm doing. But maybe I'll do one video like that or something, like on first day. Yeah, obviously my attention is, you know, very divided right now, and mostly on D4 currently, since I have to manage a lot of things with the next roll and so on. Plus, you know, I'm gonna go blast D4 for the season start. But I mean, you can check my playlists on PoE 2 on YouTube, you know, there's a playlist, so if you ever look for something, you can sort it that way. That has a couple hundred videos or something. Is gearing in D3 easier on D4? It's not even the same universe. D3 is like the most shallow game of all time when it comes to RPGs. But pushing is very cool in this game. Let's try to get a 20 here. Nice. How come I'm not excited to play the Shadow Drop expansion? Expansion is next year. Last time I checked. But I am excited for it. Yeah, I think like D3 early game still kind of lost a lot of its charm from, you know, challenge versus caches and Hades gift existing. It would be much more fun if those two were a thing, and maybe if generally the multipliers were a lot smaller, then I think the progression would be way better in D3. But you have like this really weird, random, gigantic jumps all the time. Like if they literally cut a 0 from like everything or something like that, That would go a long way, I think. Okay, I still have to roll the boots, right?
Not ready yet.
I need 6 primals before double. $15 meteor. Okay, I think this was the last item actually. Let's save this. Which build I would recommend for SSF in season 37? LOD Nova.
My family came from there. That place has had some very bad luck, hasn't it?
Okay, so this is 3. 6. There's actually 7. So that's 10.
Need more time.
Okay, perfect actually. And you can still take those 5 amethysts to swap them in here if you have to. But we should be fine. Worst case, actually, I should probably add some vitality here. I think this is probably reasonable. Let's go tanky for now. 10k int looks kind of funny. Hurts to augment this shit. Okay. I'm not gonna bother to give this Templar like cooldown and stats since we're supposed to be always protected. Actually, never noticed that sound like this. Zoom, 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 zoom. Okay. Okay, 7.2k. He fought Necro's top tier this season. Man, you are very correct with that, actually. Okay. New shocking aspect, I think. Why is Necro so busted? Because they have big weapons. and many of them this season. LD Nova is the best build. This thing has cold damage, lightning, arcane, fire. We can actually get all 4 elements on elemental exposure. I'm not sure if it's additive or was it multi. Do we go Astral Presence? Do we do Temporal Flux? I think I might actually have to do Temporal Flux on it. We kind of want to cheat death, but he could maybe not play it. And we also kind of want power hungry, to be honest. So I think I might have to leave out a cheat death. Wonka. So I don't really have a good slow. Here's Arcane Dynamo. Ah, it's like a real bazooka setup. That's not what I want. He's running Dominance and Audacity. He's like face tanking instead of going ranged. I guess that works. Here's Blur. What the hell? It's kind of funny that here we go with Gesture of Orphreus. Could it be just as well the Pig Sticker? He's running Comet. Oh, here's Pig Sticker. Okay, they're all playing like close range. Kind of makes sense of Explosive Blast, I suppose.
Hey lady, I got some new things. You should take a look.
Okay, my toughness is, let's say 50 times 5. Actually 60, right? So 300. And then... Okay, with Aquila it's actually more, but let's not count that. Then we basically have the times 2 here, and we have this, so it's probably like a times 3 almost. 900. And then we have times 5 again, so we have like roughly 5 billion plus the double shields. We should be fairly tanky as long as everything is up. So I'm gonna try some runs first with Unstable, and if that is fine, then we're gonna do Elemental Exposure. Let's see the Archon timing. We go in on Lightning, we said. Carini, Leaf, Tanky, yes. I also have this, huh? I think this ticks actually on Archon while inside. But I can't really count on this ring. So overall Paragon level in D3. 5, 6 something, I think. Okay. Okay, so now after this comes lightning, so we do black hole and then glass. And then yeah, it's cold, fire, and we go in. Actually, shit, we actually want to spam 1 for deflection, right? Okay, we come out, black hole, and cabal. Okay. Yeah, doing Shocking Aspect gives you relatively consistent Karini uptime, so you can go more Euro with Power of the Storm, but this is usually very consistent. Just need to make sure like the boss fights are gonna be kind of rough, because you have to both keep up your Explosive Blast and the Karini, so you have to be close for this and far for this. And this lasts 6 seconds and this lasts 5 seconds. So you constantly have to go a little bit back and forth, basically. And if the boss moves a lot, then it can be kind of sketch. Okay, let's try it. Just send it, I guess. Let's see first of all how this looks. Not the greatest. $21 billion toughness, okay. I broke a very low healing. Okay, still 4 billion by inside. Okay, we're actually kind of blasting these guys. Like 1 rotation, no problem. Okay, let's just try this a little bit. Just to get a feel. Nah, not really all that much damage though, as I was hoping, right? So I didn't do the black hole actually. Can see some damage there on these guys in 1 rotation, so yeah. It does kind of work. It does kind of work, but not great. Need to get good first. I feel like there's only one really good rotation to expect here. Because I don't have so little time. I don't have the explosive blast buff. And I still have to play it somewhat carefully here. Maybe we start with 145, it's gonna be a bit more chill, and then we'll see. My dog barged in here and left the door open. Alright. $145 is fine, right? Well, it's the same tier actually, so... This is a very small radius, you have to be kind of in the middle, and probably not most of the time. So how do we do this? We can just do this instead. We are doing this sometimes. I think elemental exposure might be better than audacity. Okay, let's go for an Aurochs. Or maybe not. Okay, we went in a little bit late on this rotation. That was a pretty good pull. Ouch. Gonna die here, dude. Oh wait, I don't know if my storm armor up. Oops. This is why. Okay. I went into Arkham without the storm armor. That explains it. Let's try another one then. Well, this was not a terrible map, but not a 4-corner anyway. Yeah, storm armor is mildly important, I'd say. Should the real damage come when you go into Archon with overlapping stacks? Yeah, that's like the old bazooka setup. But these days you basically just play reverse Archon and just burst, you know, like for 20 seconds straight basically. That old school bazooka I think is still a thing in is it in the 4th cube season? Oh. Because of Death Wish, I think. Okay, so we have a really dangerous monster type. I think it's gonna blast down some trash for the most part here, if they're not good blue packs. Although these guys are coming. Condi. That's kind of funny. It's actually a very good build for Condis as well, because you have so much time just like pulling. Not a great map wallet. actually murdering these elites here. Okay. Mine's under 45, I guess, but still kinda nice. Okay, that's something. I guess he might just block all the punits here. There's a double pack. It's very far though. I think I have to come down there to Condi. Lose as well. Maybe it's gonna kill these guys and move on. They're shielding. X. Very crappy Condi after all. Red collars, okay. I can probably get this yellow. Very close. Okay, I have another double yellow here with quite a lot of trash, so this might be okay. But I might need 2 rotations. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else going here, so let's go. Swamps. Kind of crappy. Okay, a lot of elites here, so it's like maybe 2-3 rotations and we spawn the boss. Hopefully with a power of like a 1 in 3 for the power, but any planet will be okay for the boss, I think. Just to get some extra targets and some extra Epoch. Oh, nice overlap. Oh, that lost his squirts. Unlucky. Yeah, how to kill these heroes actually even this turn. Maybe it's just like a trash angle. Maybe you can kill a bit on the next floor as well. Oh, never mind. I need to make sure I don't overshoot the pylon spawn here, but I kinda don't want to do another rotation, but having any pylon is probably better than... Not the greatest pull, to be honest. Shield is actually kinda nice. It should be pretty easy spawn here. Too bad we had like no blues melee this entire run. Not really the nicest boss, I'm gonna say. Ouch. Huge bursts, man, look at that. Okay, it's pretty safe clear though, as long as I don't like randomly proc too early now. A little stricken already. 4 minutes. I just don't want to pick it too early. I have no idea how long the boss kill is exactly, but I'd rather do it a bit more tight, I guess. Oh well, he's already hurting though, slowly. So I think I might just click it. Shield was actually pretty helpful for this, I gotta say. Although it would be much easier now to keep up the Explosive Blast and the Halo, I think. I wonder if it's enough. Might be a bit tight actually. I think I have one more rotation. It might live and proc me. That's not gonna be cool. I'm not sure if I stick at any stricken at all here like this, but maybe a little bit. Okay, it should be enough. Okay. Well, there we go. 1338. Damn it. 1 second too much. Okay, so the timing with the shield was actually pretty good, I think. So I think I clicked it exactly when I should have. Although, to be fair, I have 48-second windows to click it, so there's not that many windows to decide, I guess. So let's say it was lucky coincidence. We can level our stricken, so 100%. Thank you. Stacking is such a pain on this. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the weird like damage reduction effects that you have to keep up, right? So this one you have to be far, and this one you have to be close. And you have to like cycle in and out all the time. And on top of that, you know, once he, like if I didn't have the shield partner, it would be actually much more difficult. Because after, I don't know how much percent, like 80% or 75 or something, he starts doing the chains if you go far away. So every time I walk out, he would start doing the chains. And I don't have any skill to prevent that, you know? Like I could not avoid getting hit by the chains. Unless I'm in Archon form, but in Archon form I'm fine anyway, right? So this would be kind of nasty. I'm not sure if this boss would be doable without the shield, actually. He might just one-shot me with the chains every time. Like, normally you do like a vault or a teleport or something and avoid the chains. But I don't have anything, so... I mean, okay, maybe with like Halo plus Explosive Blast up, I would probably not get killed by the chains. But, you think I have the character power to beat 150 now? Yeah, I mean, this one was not that great. The boss was pretty awful. The Connet was really awful. And it was literally like the first try with no warm-up and stuff, right? So, it's certainly 150 capable with some fishing and like, you know, a decent Oryx with a decent Condi. And then like, you know, if the pile on the boss is like a power, then, you know, you can definitely save a minute or two there, just some less stricken and just blast down the boss. Or it might be a boss that even has its own ads, you know, like most of the time, I think it was even a Horde pack. But even with that Horde pack, I didn't actually go to full resources. I was only like half resources most of the time or less when I was casting on the boss. So... I mean, the one thing that's really big is you could, like with high enough Bergen, you could actually drop Deflection and then go Conduit. This is like the really big thing for resources. But then you don't have like a, you know, really good way to generate shields anymore. But if you like just rely on this and maybe put in like Dominance, if you actually kill stuff fast enough and you just get this here, and outside of that you're just so tanky that Galvanizing Wall doesn't deplete and you're a bit careful, then you can get some real damage. But I can't do that right now, so... Yo, Matt. Why doesn't it proc when it's close? Yeah, Carini requires you to be more than 50 yards away. An Explosive Blast has a radius of 12 yards. So you always need to run into melee range and then run out, basically, like this. So if this is like the boss here, the waypoint, so you go in with the explosive blast, ding, ding, ding. Then you walk out, you get a Carini proc like this. You walk in again, ding, 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 and so on. And especially a boss that moves around, it's very easy to miss one of the two. CDR. You need 60%. World first 150 bone spear, nice. Yeah, this is the main reason why Carini is so shitty with the very short timer and this kind of melee, range requirement. Because you can't influence what it hits. It's just like randomly electrocute something, and even sometimes when you are far away, it just doesn't activate for like 10 seconds or some shit. So this is why I want to do Shocking Aspect. This nearly guarantees that you will have it up, but even that is not as a failsafe. They should enter Archon on fire, so when they come out, they can create Oculus while being lightning to have Archon for nuke packs. Yeah. Either you can try to do like two okay, there's like one scuffed arcane rotation, and then there's one good arcane rotation, right? So that's basically what's happening. If you come out on lightning, then you only have one arcane COE buff. So I think the way I do it is fine, where I come out on arcane and I do like a little bit of burst, and then I do like a full rotation on the second round. It was so fun. It's double stuff in cube. Yeah. Vampo and the double stuff. Otherwise, you would just wear the stuff. And then you wouldn't have the orb, and you wouldn't have the explosive blast. Or the other option is, I think it's actually done more often these days, which is that you just leave out the Smoldering Core. Smoldering Core is only a 150% X multi. It's not that crazy. So you can play exactly the same setup here, and then just go no Smoldering Core. And you get even some jewelry, I guess Unity. So you're actually extra tanky. Yeah, true, Zodiac Ring is also a possibility, actually. With Zodiac Ring, you actually can skip a lot of the cooldown rolls. That probably makes more sense. Then you have like less downtime. In that case, you can probably just like ignore the second COE cycle and maybe just always go in after 20 seconds, just go into Archon. And you have faster cycles. Because at some point, like I'm very weak right now, right? I'm 39 Paragon, I have like 2 non-ancients, and you know, everything's kind of scuffed. So, you know, once you like higher Paragon, you know, at some point you start speedrunning this shit, right? So this means you're gonna like start really decimating entire pools, right? Like look at this. You have to do like a 5-minute run or something. Every time you do a rotation, you're gonna murder everything, including the elites, right? So at that point, you just need to do more cycles, and then you just kind of like always go into Archon once everything is dead with Zodiac or something. So that's definitely a possibility. But he probably didn't do it. Yeah, he was actually just playing the same rotation. You'd expect it to be double staff obsidian without COE. Double staff obsidian and no COE. I mean, that is an option as well, I guess. But I think COE still works better because like you can kind of keep up all your buffs, right? You can keep up the explosive and the black hole and whatever, but you still have like kind of this downside of, okay, you have to like proc the Oculus, you have to run into the Oculus, so it's not like uniform DPS exactly. Plus, you know, as you start lowering the pull size, you do a lot less damage, you know, like you scale down very rapidly. So even just like 1 or 2 bursts with COE up are much more impactful than not COE and casting like 5, 6, 7 times or something. Because the pull thins out very fast. Your main weapon calls on normal damage, but your primary rod cold, does it matter? No. Okay. At least you did that, so it's something. I could push a little bit more. Maybe I'm gonna log in tomorrow and try some 150s, you know, we have some keys, right? We have 200 keys actually. So maybe it's gonna do some 150s, you know. But I have some work to do later. And we're gonna try Jotunnslayer. Hashtag not actually sponsored. But they have like a big new update, they told me, and I wanna check it out. So I had like a sponsorship for them like some months ago or something when it came out. Pretty fun game. Actually I have like 6.5 hours. And just played it sometimes in like some downtime or so. It's like a Horde Survivor game. So it's gonna shit a little bit. Auric after 100 keys. Well, actually, it's every 25 keys, so I have 8 Aurics there. That is definitely a pretty good run, you know, 8 Aurics. It's pretty good. Okay, I need to know the audio, this is kind of loud. Do you have game sound? Actually, no. I'm gonna keep my music though, for now. So let's do that. Alright, just change my category real quick and stuff. 1 sec. Yeah, so I think this update went live like a few days ago. So they add like a new hero, a new map, and some stuff like that. I'm not sure exactly how far I was with my account, actually. It's been a while since I played it, like, you know, it's like some weeks, some months, I don't know. Okay, play. Wait a minute. These are locked. Wait, am I not logged in with my account? What's going on? Where's my save file? Streamer settings. Turn on streamer client. Yes. Wait, what is this? Channel name? Connect. Does it do anything? Wait, where's my save? Why is it not here? Otherwise, I'll just start a new one. I mean, I didn't really go that far anyway. Is there like any properties? I don't know. Anyway, log in. Default when? Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do default plannering. Default planners and some PoE planners. Matt where stream. Yeah, we do rank ones. Easy. Activate Steam Cloud. It was not on? Ah. Keeps games. Okay, yeah, okay, I remember last time when I streamed this actually, I had like some issue where I couldn't load the game or something, and I think I might have turned this off then. Let me check. When is the fall expansion? I predict on the 6th of June. File conflict. Here, cloud save, October. Yeah, that sounds like it actually. Let's do this. Let's see. Downloading. Okay, so maybe this is how. 6th of June is a long time. Well, if you count in seasons, that's 2. And that sounds very short, actually. Unable to sync. Okay, it says downloading. There's people with my name on Discord, scamming people, they want something. Yeah, that happens all the time. Just report them. Something's going on with my cloud save. Retry sync. Nice stack Steam wallet. Thanks. Yeah, I won $300 last season from the Jesse's Diablo 4 competition. That was nice. Let me in. I love this game. Yeah, it's really fun. Unable to sync, that's unfortunate though. Maybe it's gonna load it up and see like what's new and stuff. Seems like I can't get in. I press play, maybe it's working now when I go in. You have a command for this. If you wanna check it out. Is it launching now or not? Ah, it says cloud state is up to date. Okay, maybe it works now. Is my VPN blocking it? I don't have VPN. Okay, I think my save is gone or something. Unlucky. I don't know what's going on. Too bad. But I guess you get to experience like a full playthrough again. So basically you can unlock different heroes, so they have like different like moves, and then it's like a, you know, kind of like roguelike mode where every time you level up you get like a choice and you can do some stuff. Is it corrupted? Yeah, how's my cloud save corrupted though? Like how did that happen? But okay. Let's say the Sierras. So you can also unlock different weapons and they have like different like perks and stuff, which is also kind of cool. And these are the different maps, so they actually look very different. There's different enemies and so on. And yeah, the newest one they added. Which one is that? This one, I think. We can probably see it on the Steam page actually, what they added in this update. Also, it's on sale right now. Okay, so that's what it looks like here. Very positive reviews. Yeah, it's a very fun game. Here, Alfheim is a new one. And Archmage, new class. Okay, so this was added in this update now. And I think they also have like a DLC planned. So yeah, on sale right now it's $11 by the way. So it's kind of cool. Is there a roadmap here? Reviews, join us here. Free content update 1, free content update 2, the fall of Alfheim. So that's the one that just happened here basically. Something big and cool is coming. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what they're planning, but either way it's gonna be cool. So can we unlock that guy? When you look at the classes, I just want to see, where is he? What do you have to do? Here's the Archmage. Complete Helheim on normal difficulty. Yeah, so you basically have to go through like the different maps once. Okay, let's just do it, I guess. This is the first map, right? Okay. So talking about the later ones, basically. There's also like modifiers, so you can like make it harder, but you get more stuff, which is kind of cool. Very nicely done, this game. I think I need to change my sound settings. You don't hear it, right? Yeah. This is new, I think. I haven't seen this cutscene, I believe. It's a bullet hell survival. Yeah, exactly. Ah, is my Exile deck blocking it? Nah, Exile is not gonna block the Steam Cloud save or something. I don't know what happened here. Maybe I changed something in the settings and that was not right. Okay. Let's go. So you collect XP here. Okay, so basically I think you always get like a choice between like one of the gods or something of your class or something. And now these are just like skills, autocast. Destructive Mind Pulse. Ah, the orbiting wisps are really cool actually. Wait, why can't I click on this? Hello? Can't click it. Okay, it shows the other thing now. Wait, what happened? This worked. Okay. Did I try Night Swarm? Yeah, someone told me about this actually, but I have not tried it or seen it. Okay, so basically every, like, once in a while there's like some objective spawning. Wait, do I have to press the button or what? 1, 2, 3, 4? Wait, what happened? Like, why does it not work? Oh. No, this was the automatic one. Is it okay, maybe, yeah, maybe that bugged it out or something, you might be right. Voting time? Ah, wait a minute. No, okay, we're not gonna do that. This is what it does. Never mind, dude. It's the Twitch chat voting, huh? Okay, now I see. It's actually kind of funny feature though. Maybe once I'm a bit more familiar or something with this whole thing. Let us build it. You guys want to do it? Okay, fuck it. Yeah, I didn't see this actually. Wait, does it actually show up in chat? How's that? I'm not sure how it looks for you guys. It doesn't? Like, what happened now when I did this? You can even choose like a god selection, skill selection. Minimum votes. Ah, minimum votes. Okay, 20. Voting time. I mean, I think it's gonna be relatively exhausting though, right? Nothing shows up. Yeah, okay, so then I'm just gonna leave this off now. Fuck it. So I can actually play the game. But it's kind of funny actually, that this is a thing. I didn't realize this is what it does. Okay, we take the sword. Ding ding. That seems shit, actually. Let's do the wisps. They're kinda cool. I like those orbiting things. Okay, so the gold you collect is actually like a permanent upgrade resource. So with this you can like buy like passives and skill upgrades and stuff like that. Like for all of your classes and these kind of things, and the weapons and whatever. 30% collection range. That seems nice. Little Siggy. Thanks for Prime, man. This game is called Jotunnslayer. That's a command. So I'm not sure if I will get to the point where I unlock the new guy, because I wanted to try him, but it seems like my save is unfortunately gone. But I don't know, maybe gonna play some more, like maybe on first day while we're waiting for the Game Awards to start or some shit like this. We'll see. Well, even for selfish reasons, I appreciate it. It's a game. Alright, we have to... Wait, you also have an ability that I can press, right? What does this one do? Kapow, apparently, around me. This is a passive. Interesting. Plus 3 gold. Yeah, so whenever you can get gold, that's actually kind of a cool part about this. Like when you have a run that is like going really well, for example, you try to get as much gold as possible. So you extract that basically, and you can upgrade your stuff permanently. So that's kind of cool. Or here, for example, there's like also like an optional, I think, like kind of like a goblin thing. Yeah, drops the gold. Chain knighting on each attack. Yeah. Let's try that hammer thing. The sound is really cool of the Mjolnir. Okay, next objective. I did not update the YouTube thing? I thought I did. I did, okay. Jotunnslayer is a game. Okay, we have no objective choice, I guess. Here we go. Okay, and at the top you see the timer. So I think this is when you can begin the like boss fight. So like at the end there's always like a boss. And then you have like a little arena. Can you just stand in one spot? I mean, if you have a super OP setup, then you can, yeah. But usually I also want to go around a little bit for the objectives and stuff. All boss on the series last longer. Damage class skills. That seems kind of nice, actually. Usually early on it tries to like, upgrade skills a bunch. But it can also be useful to, you know, pick up some of the kind of like late game synergy. So it kind of depends as well. You know, there's like a lot of stuff that's kind of like really good in the moment. There's some stuff that is like for later. So it comes down a little bit to like the decision making. Okay, how is it going right now? How much can you afford to like, you know, go for value over like instant boost or something like that. We have 3 god skills and 2 class skills now. So on the left you see the skills and the cooldowns. It's like the bars. And you can have 5 skills. Plus I have like 1 active ability, which is this thing. WSD, by the way. Very chill. Actually, where's my controller? I can also play it with controller, I think. Yeah, has very nice art style and stuff. And just kind of... he has subclass, I think like level 10 or something. Damage reduction 30%. Okay. Correcting range, XP, crystal damage. Yeah, it's just like damage. I don't remember exactly Eldritch Ward. I think it's like these 3 icons above me, I believe, and I get them every time I pick up like XP, I believe. And then you can like add some effects to that. It's like part of this class, basically. The CRS. That's gold. I played Soulstone Survivor, similar style. No, I have not actually. I think before I really get too deep into like another game or something, I would rather, you know, fully play through this one at least once or something. So, I think just, for example, seeing all the maps once is not really too hard, or unlocking the heroes once, but then like getting all the upgrades and so on, that can definitely take a while, I guess. Okay, do more wisps. Now we have 4 of them. It's very nice to just kind of clean up the AoE packs there. We have 4 minutes on this run. I'm not sure what that shock does exactly. We have more lightning strikes. Where's all this XP coming from? Yeah, we really left all this behind and the gold? Okay, that's strange. Okay, here's like another objective now. Gold. We have 27 gold already. So we'll see what we can get with that later. I think Curse makes it like slow and a bit weaker or something. For a while. Ten lightning strikes. Plus 1 soulstone. I'm not sure exactly what they do. I think it's also something for like an upgrading currency or something. All skills deal more damage. That seems pretty useful actually. 20% seems kind of insane. Okay, now we can actually, yeah, go to the boss after the last objective. So now we have the timer at the top, so it's like the maximum, I think. You have to engage the boss before then. So let's go there now. Let's get one more level up, maybe. Right there. What I'm playing? This is called Jotunnslayer. Very fun game, actually. Okay, let's go. It's like the boss here, basically. It's pretty simple. But I think these bosses also get upgraded later. I remember I was doing this on like a higher difficulty at some point, and then he had also like extra moves and stuff. Which is kind of cool. Kinda nice with the Wisp, man. I can just keep him in there. Ouch. Okay. It's brutal though on the high difficulties. Yep. Okay, we got the Revenant. It's like the bow guy. Alright, new god. Nice. That's the bow guy. It's harder to play than before. True. Skill shop. So now we have all this gold here basically, and it's converts into like skill points basically that we can put into this tree. So you can upgrade the individual guys, and I think some of these upgrades also work for, I think the gold upgrades, I think they work for everyone, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I think that's kind of how it goes. Alchemist here at the bottom, so I have to do like the other things first. So I could like go for some gold upgrades instead. Gold permanent passive works for everyone. Yeah, exactly. So I think these are actually like skills and passives that can unlock whenever this gold shows up and you choose it, basically. And these just work for everyone. So, you know, if you're not decided on which class yet, you can just upgrade the gods, I guess. Oops. You can just reset, actually. Kind of nice. Maximum health, HP regeneration is kind of nice, I guess. Just a little bit. Seems like it would be kind of useful. So you can like play it safe. All damage. Max health, late chance. Let's see what she has. Attack speed. Revive. Okay, dude. Damage reduction, current reaction range, that's kind of good. And here. These are like evolve things, so I think it's like when you get it 4 times, you can get like some evolve upgrade basically. Resource bonus 15%. I'm not sure what resource is exactly in this case. Double skill and reward. Okay, here's movement. Gold. Evasion. Gold. So you can get more gold, basically. That's actually a lot. 50% extra. I'm not sure, like, I guess they're generally weaker, right? This was just like, you know, some region now and stuff. I didn't really get any damage upgrades and stuff. So for example, here's attack speed, damage or class skills and so on. So, you know, if you like only invest into gods, then I guess early on this might be a bit rough, but let's do it. Do I have the next unlocked? Wait a minute. This is the one I just did. Complete Niflheim on normal difficulty. What the fuck? So I have the guy, but I didn't get this. Why not? Trophy hall. When is the Judgement tier list coming out? I mean, it's gonna be kind of tough for a game like this, right? Because there's so many different combinations and stuff. And it's also like, you know, RNG and like, you know, what you can get and so on. I remember this guy with the totem, that was actually funny, actually. Okay, but why did I not get the next thing here, Muspelheim? Did I not do it on normal difficulty? What did I do on? Ah, here's normal. So this was easy apparently. Enemy difficulty 130, resource bonus. Okay, I guess we have to do this then. Oops. Revenant is OP. Yeah, I remember last time it was very strong. I wonder if they changed the balance a little bit. I guess, you know, since I had a big update, they might have done something. But the bow guy is kind of nice. Insta gold. Good start. Okay, yeah, one of the abilities is like these wolves here. They appear, I think, when you kill something. Double cast on a single cooldown. Increase damage with class skills, and that seems kind of nice. Let's run something like this, yeah. Setting some good single target, I think. Rain of arrows. Higher crit chance when using an attack on class skills. 15%, huh? Okay. I'm not sure how much extra is the crit. It looks... I go from 11 to 19. 15. Crit seems like a 50% bonus, not double. Went from 11 to 17. Let's go. Rain of arrows. Log in. Start his regen as well, let them hit me a little bit. I guess eventually I will get hit anyway. I'm just going all in on the class skills. Yeah, I need to remember how this like evolve stuff works. So basically there's like some evolve upgrades. I think I unlocked them as well with the gold, and then you can get like 4 ranks in one skill, or even like in a passive or so, and then I get like some special bonus when you get the 4th rank. Normally they just go to free. Pass through chance. Uh-huh. Yeah, nice. Oh, look at that. Hello. What's up, Nadine?
Take it now.
He's got what? Already?
Yeah, ready.
Okay. 1 second, guys. Okay, we're kind of blasting this guy here. Seems like he's still pretty strong. That's like the 15's correct on the left, I guess. Rerolls +3. Magnet. Let's do this. I wonder how much I get. Movement speed. I'll do that. huge gold. You get like 3 minutes in, I already have 15 gold here, so I can actually like really ramp this up and unlock a lot of stuff. Kinda cool. It's my turn to take care of the dog. I take care of the dog. That's a lot of damage reduction, but probably still worth it. Better clear as well for like the small guys, I guess. I feel like my single target is probably decent. Can I like tone down the screen shake a little bit? Interface. You guys see it? Is that like a thing? Ah. Okay, so accessibility. Let's just do 15 maybe. Or something. So it's fine for like a little bit, but I think the screen check is a bit much. When standing still, plus 50% archery, plus 50% class skills, and knockback. And there's heal. You have a 40% chance to heal 40% when you die. Kind of funny. I don't know how the ghost walk works. I think this has to do with these wolves. So yeah, it's like a guy where I get like a big bonus for standing still, so if you want to do like some nice chill setup, close the portal. Holy XP. It has God forsaken. No. Okay, I got 16 arrows now on this thing. I think you're gonna be absolutely annihilating this boss later. Did I see when a new season is? March? Wait, that's not for real, right? This is a mobile game. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's just like a Steam game. Would work really well on mobile though, I imagine. Increase attack range, class and god skills, crit damage. I'm gonna take the collection range actually. Okay, what do I have to do for this bottle? Okay, just like defeat enemies, okay. I'm going to play a new season in PoE2. I'm gonna just do like the launch a little bit. But I'm focusing on D4 for this month and then PoE2 in January. Dude, I can't believe that they're actually launching LE in March. Is that real? Dude, when was the last launch? It was August, right? It's 7 months again, man. Crazy. Nice, Siggy. I'm gonna try this. Where can I see like the hero kind of? There's like a, yeah, class traits, subclass. Ghost Hawk, random enters a protective ghost form and dashing. Okay. 50%. So is this only when I dash through enemies or what? So I can can kind of burst like this. Not just March, but on the 26th. That is wild, I gotta say. Like, what happened? Okay, 100% damage action can always like dash into enemies like this basically. It's kind of interesting. And I have this buff where I can do damage with my dash now. And I pushed them actually, interestingly. Why is it wild? Because their last launch was in August. And since then it was bad news after bad news after bad news. And now they're saying, hey, our next launch is in March. That is spicy, I gotta say. And they already had a season that was 9 months. Actually, I don't even have like the other skills yet, right? I only have like these 3 abilities. Okay, so what do you do? Some flying vipers. Look kinda cool actually. I only have 2 abilities right now. All this time. $12 gold. That's nothing new. When we were a couple of days before multiplayer launch, they said they needed at least 1 more year. Wait, really? Wait, we went too far here. What's that thing? I think it's just a healing or something. They deleted the entire previous announcement. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that either, actually. Yo. Yeah, a lot of damage. And that's how I can actually freeze them on demand with my ability. GG will probably come and say PV2 1.0 official launch is March 30. Nah, it will be an even month, so that is for sure, right? So it will be April, but I mean, they could obviously do, you know, first week of April. Maybe not for the 1.0, but you know, it's probably gonna be like a 0.6 and then maybe 1.0 or something like that. Yeah, I follow a lot since he joined Steam. Okay. Yeah, I was not really checking out LE that much. You know, I was playing it a little bit, like the first time I played it was like maybe 4 years ago or so. It's been quite a while actually. In like one of the like pre-patches. But I didn't play like the very early days, and I didn't really follow it that much until it was closer to launch, basically. And then, like, you know, before launch, I was playing it quite a lot to, like, you know, prep for the world first race and these kind of things. And I mean, I had a really good time in last Epoch. I really liked the game. And it's just kind of sad to see that there's consistently late with the releases and stuff. You know, I've played the game like I think almost 1,000 hours actually. It's a nice game, and there's so much more that I want to do that, you know, I'm kind of like waiting for, you know, like some new release or some new hype wave, you know, so I can go and like log in and blast and stream and everything. But I feel like this is just not happening, which is very sad. And yeah, I mean, compared to like GG, right? GG is actually releasing like 6 times a year. And LE is at like, I don't know, 2 on average at this point or something. Okay, they're not exactly the same studio, but I mean, that's such a difference in... Like, no one expects the patches to be as large as PoE patches either, right? It's fine. But just like not releasing is crazy, I think. GG are premium level trolls, they will either do after LE or D4 next expansion. Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, right? Like, LE put their date in the last week of March. And that gives PoE2 the opportunity to come out in the first week of April. And then LE is just, you know, LE is just gonna fucking die after that, I think, at this point. You know, they already got fucked twice. And I mean, the D4 expansion is probably pretty safe. At least personally, I expect the D4 expansion will be the 6th of June with Season 13. So the only thing that can happen in that month is PoE1 and not PoE2. And, you know, D4 is relatively immune to a PoE1 launch, I think. It's just PoE2 that's probably the bigger issue. And we're on the Paladin Shadow Drop Hopium train. And that will be pretty neat. Wait, does this thing not turn off the abilities anymore when I go in there? Damage class skills. 15%, let's go. I still have only like 3 skills, kinda funny. Because I keep clicking on class all the time. But I'm not getting a 3rd class skill. I thought... Okay, maybe I always have 2 class skills and 3 god skills, I guess. If a multi-billion-dollar company backing them, I seriously doubt they are done. Yeah... Maybe they're not done, but I feel like the community goodwill is like vanishing. Partly because of that. And then also, you know, on top of that, with like their multi-billion company in the back, right? You would expect that the releases are faster, bigger, everything, right? And also like, you know, this insane launch they had, where, you know, like now they would like hire people and like, I don't know, you know, that needs to like, translate into you know, some actual results at some point. But it's been like almost 2 years now since last Epoch launched, and they made a fuck ton of money, and we have not really seen much come out of that. Okay, the Viva update and everything, that was really cool, but I mean, what else? Wait, I just got free health regeneration. Seems pretty legit, actually. Okay. Let's check this loot here and then go. So we don't need that anymore. Okay, it's boss time. I feel like they are actually getting a bit too strong for me now because I've only 3 skills. There's a lot of guys. But you have 94 gold collectors, so you're gonna have a lot of points here. I've seen this earlier. Let's go. Okay, see here, earlier I was on easy difficulty at 4k life, now he's 6k. And he has this move, which he didn't have earlier. Need two full in your RPG rotation to play LE. Yeah, I mean, if they come out of a good window, you know, I really want to jump in on LE again. I like the game. But yeah, putting it, like, why? The question is, why do they put it at this date in March? I guess they think, okay, they're probably not going to come out first week of April. I mean, as long as PoE 2 doesn't come out first week of April, with like 0.6, I guess they're fine. Because D4 will be, yeah, sometime early to mid-March. So maybe they're trying to bank on that to come out between the two, right? Yeah, I guess March is okay. But there is D4 still somewhere in March at least. I mean, LE can basically always just come out in uneven months, right? Odd months. What they said, they hired a lot. I mean, the LE team is not even that small, is it? I don't know how many exactly, but... Let's defy and banish any other god. That is kinda cool. There's a lot of max health there. Life steal 5%. Interesting. God skills 75%. Damage class skills 75%. Kinda crazy actually. So we're gonna try these two. Let me take the banish, so I can get rid of one god entirely, so I can get rid of Loki, for example. Double skill and reward. XP doesn't sound so bad. Is there anything else that's cool? Collection range, I kinda want that, to be honest. We're leaving a lot of stuff behind. Fuck. Can I get rid of this? Plus 50% collection range, so we're just gonna banish Freya. Gotta try this. Take this guy, okay, and then we can do the next zone. Muspelheim. Normal. Apparently that's not even an easy anymore, okay. I'm gonna take the archer again. Yeah, Ellie has 100 people. Exactly, it's not small. It's like half of GG or something. I think GG is like 200-ish. With a few more LE season releases, they will average 7 months per season. Kill the runners. Damage class skills. They are AAA comedy by definition. I mean GG. I'm not sure what is the definition of that actually. What does that mean? Don't really want to get rid of all this. I think we can banish that. Is weapon skill like this actual skill or? Ah shit, okay. I should probably not take that. What is like my attack, but attack is attack and weapon skill is this. Okay. Yeah, the same two skills as before actually. What are we playing? This is called Jotunnslayer. Very fun. Okay, let's just ramp up the skills and not so much all of the passives this time. Take more of the god stuff so we have more abilities. We'll try to get the upgrade as well. Let's see, what does he have? Runic Boulder. Sounds funny. Damage versus elites. That sounds kinda nice too. It's not necessarily one university agreed upon origin for the designation of AAA games. Often there's a reference to bond ratings. Okay, I see. Do it what you will. Okay. Exclamation mark Jotunnslayer, it's in the title. So this map has like these artillery here. It just keeps bombarding you, but you can get rid of them. Okay, so is GG an AAA company in our case? Seems like they're very commercially successful, so maybe. No. The Circle of Odin's Ravens. Nice. A seems more fitting. Yeah, I mean, it's just like some random designation anyway. Guess attack speed, class, and God's crit damage. I don't know. What is this here? Oh. Okay, I definitely need to get some ramping going here. Yeah, I really like this game. I like the meta progression as well that they have here. Very cool. I wonder if this Beastmaster thing is actually something. These wolves. So we get more of these wolves. How much do they do actually? It's hard to see really. 36. 39. It's actually not bad, huh? Maybe I can try to invest some stuff there. Can take passives, I guess. Go take the free exile banishes. I think we're gonna play some more this week. Then we're gonna go all the way until I unlock the Archmage and see the new thing. Okay, do we try the Boulder? High damage and crit chance of god skills. It's kinda nice too. Then we can invest in this crit damage thing as well. We're already level 13, so I'm not sure how many levels again I get. And we still need 2 more god skills. I should probably get going with god skills actually. And then once we have 5 skills, we actually remove a lot of stuff from the selection, right? So I just realized we want to try to get like the skills right away, so that there's like less stuff to dilute the pool basically, right? Because now I don't have more rerolls. Most famous AAA studios: Square Enix, Ubisoft, Riot Games, Rockstar Games, Nintendo, Activision, EA, Bethesda. Missing Blizzard is not mentioned there? Yikes. What if I banish all 3 actually? Would it give me like a new roll? Season 4 of Diablo is for 9th or 12th. It's season 11 and it's on the 11th. Or 12th, depending on where you live, I guess. These chats, okay. Might be nice. I wonder if this works on the boss later. You do like pay attention if the boss gets frozen. Evade spell will be broken again. It'll be more broken than usual actually. Chat posted they are fully coordinating with GG on launch dates now. Interesting. If we can talk about gameplay, yeah, exactly. Dash cooldown 35% kind of big actually. This rift looks pretty good actually. Oh, yes. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really trust it, to be honest. Hello to Argentina. Glad you like the build. This guy's BP. I need to actually drop the chest. Souls down, gold skill upgrade. This tier that's not far from the. Ah. I don't know what the soul stones do. I'm gonna take the soul stones. Because I think we're strong enough to beat this run. I'm just going to go all in on value for now. Okay, now we have finally 5 skills. The evade, built on Spirit Bond. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be very good next season too. Plus 3 gold, I'll take that. I wonder if that's even more than just like getting the magnet to collect everything. Because there's probably like gold lying around here. Like I always find it's like random XP in random places. I'm always like surprised. Like how the hell is all this XP dropping everywhere here? Like over here. I don't know. Okay guys, but I'm gonna go back after this run, so let's finish this here. Bonus, chest reward and skill choice. Okay. I can actually press a button. I just press 2 and it shows it. It's kinda neat. swing only full here, or does it do anything else? It's just a heal, okay. A lot of people ask me about Night Storm, but I've actually not seen it. I think first I would like to just finish playing through this game and unlock everything and so on. So I might actually do that, you know, maybe on Thursday, you know, we have a lot of stalling to do until the Game Awards start and all that. So maybe I'll play a bit more of this, depending on if you wanna like cook anything. Class skill upgrade. You know what's coming from Game Awards? I've not actually seen what they're trying to announce there or something. I mean, I expect there will be something. A lot of people expect there will be the expansion and so on. It's relatively obvious that something is happening. So, we'll see. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Taking damage actually, holy. Good. Summon the Jotunnslayer. Okay, so now we have the quest. So it gives you the quest actually to go and summon the boss. So I guess you don't miss it or something. It's kinda neat. So now it's boss time. But these guys are sawing me and I want to get that chest down there. Also there's so much fucking stuff going on. 20% chance in the return. It's like a movie speed. Gold? All magnet. So I'm gonna check if there's any gold I collect now from the magnet. We have 93. Ah, 95. Seems like that worked out actually. One gold less, but okay. Okay, let's destroy this thing so it doesn't bombard me the entire fucking fight. Okay, food is actually plus 80 health. I thought it would be more. Yeah, they added actually 2 free updates already to this game. For Exile, you just posted a Game Awards video. Oh, are they also announcing something there? Interesting. What do they do though? I mean, okay, it's like literally the same day, I guess. So maybe they also have something to show there, but I guess it's probably not really much that we haven't seen yet. Or maybe they are hiding something. Okay, let's do the boss, I guess. Class skill upgrade, gold skill upgrade. Interesting. Ah, so you just selected at the end. Okay, that's kinda nice. Okay, where's the boss?
God och väl. Luitem et en harska.
The time you get a Crusader helmet out of the closet for the Game Awards. You have a Crusader helmet. I mean, do it, I guess. If that gets you in the mood. Can I fall off here, I wonder? Ouch. Kinda a nice boss fight actually. It's always more fun than the first for sure. Ouch. That's not a gold. New location. Okay. And new god as well. Okay, let's see. Got 19 points, very good. Dude, there's 3 more gods actually, what the fuck? Alright, so what does she have? Cooldown. Reflect chance. Returns all projectile to the sender, okay. Gain a random charge on reaching maximum range, no more than once every 3 to 6 seconds. Gain 3 to 6 range on hit. Interesting. So on hit would also include range attacks, right? Rerolls plus 2, plus 7 rerolls. That's a lot of rerolls actually. What do seals do? Seal skills. Ah, I think this is like, you can like take it later basically. You see it and then that's kind of neat. So we're gonna take this and the extra reroll. This can probably be useful. And you can get minus 10% cooldown and it actually doesn't cost much. Only 4 points. So here's the movement stuff, evasion. Golden aim spawn. Chance on level up, kinda cool. Higher crit chance of all skills when standing still. Okay, can get evolves here. All damage. That's a lot actually. Maybe I take the XP. Or we do another reroll. Plus 2 seals, kinda crazy as well. I think I'll do the reroll. We have 1 point left. There's 20% damage reduction actually. Wild. I think I take the regen actually. So 3 per second, like 1.5 per second is kind of low, but 3 per second is not terrible. It's like almost 1%. Okay. Yeah, buffed Iron Ward. Nova radius is now 6. I don't remember what Iron Ward does. Is this some chest, right? 100% behind expansion. I mean, expansions are expected to have new classes, right? Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. It was pretty fun, though. I'm gonna do more of this. I wanna see the Archmage and the final gods and stuff. So, usually like one round is like 15 minutes or something. So we can probably unlock this relatively fast. It actually doesn't take that long to like just play through the game once. You know, you can probably do it like in 2-3 hours. Unlock everything once. And then you can go like, you know, choose everything up with more unlocks and higher difficulty and stuff. So it's gonna be kind of fun. Raid Karn. Sure, we can raid Karn. Let's do that. Okay. In that case, hope you enjoyed it. Here's Jotunnslayer, if you wanna see it. Don't say it right now as well. Pretty cheap. Gonna link this in YouTube chat for you guys. And I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna cook D4 and PoE builds mostly. Maybe I'm gonna push a bit more on D3 as well. So I'll see you then.